We are live. So I apologize. I accidentally hit 1.2 instead of 1.1. No, Satisfactory 1.2 has not dropped. However, I hear a rumor that the tab looks a little different. So we're going to check that out. I don't know for sure. Who do we got tonight? Already, right out the gate, of course, Lena, Ray. I got Ray. Ray and I are trading pets. I got my hands on a shoal skipper for her, which in this is Ashes of Creation, which is a walrus for oceaning, for ocean mounting. And she's got a super speedy little tiny scorpion for me. So we're building up our characters there. Next stream on Ashes is going to be Tuesday night. All right, I'll be very close to 25 by then. I don't know what we'll do. We'll do something fun. The real Steve the Beast. Yeah, like I said, sorry, it was not 1.2, it was 1.1. How's volume here? Let's check. It's a little loud. There we go. I just made a tiny adjustment. And Jeannie Beanie is here. Welcome. Yes, I took it out for a spin today. It's very cool looking under the ocean. I'm gonna be taking a lot of thumbnail pictures under there. There's a lot of detail under there, so it's pretty cool. Let's see. Did I forget to set all of my did. It's my thumbnail maker. Where is the main sheet? All right, 1 second. I need to retrieve a window that's hiding behind my other screen. 1 second. There we go. That's the right stuff. That's the right game. All right, all set. All right. You found an uncommon palace cat? Nice. It's basically just a house cat that you can ride in the game. Evening, peated scotch. So I gave the wife an assignment. This is the last not expensive whiskey I have. I'm going to polish this off tonight. This is the last of the Breckenridge rum cask finish, which I really enjoyed. I'm going to get another bottle of that. But before we crack the whiskey tonight, here we go. Okay, let's see if we can't rearrange our brains a little bit and our key mappings to some Satisfactory, shall we? Yep, sugar-free Red Bull, baby. 10 calories. Not that it really matters much. I did only eat one meal today, but it was a giant one. My grandmother's birthday. The same grandmother whose husband, my grandfather, recently passed. We went out to the Sizzler. And yes, I ordered steak and endless shrimp. I did. But this morning, let's update the tracker. Where's my tracker? No. Is this it? I weighed in 9/13. No. Stop it. Numlock. 9/13/2025 at 345.7. There we go. It keeps going down. So keeping up the success. It's been 103 days. Might have taken a small step back today, but that's okay. We'll call it carb cycling so we feel better about it, right? Okay, Sooner, you still have all your organs? Good. I don't know what that conversation was last night. Okie Sooner asked Korathal, he goes, hey, Korathal, we're about the same age, right? Korathal goes, yeah. And he says, do you still have all your organs? You people are wild. Wild. I know this is how time works, but it feels like this factory's dragged on forever because of Ashes. Well, sure, but when this factory is over, here's what you have to remember. First of all, this is 4 factories. Like, to be fair, this is 4 factories. And I've basically done 2.5 of them. And I've done all of the exteriors. Like, all the exterior cosmetics are done. You know, I'm really doing 4 at once. So that's number 1. Number 2, that everybody has to remember, I don't know if do you want me to go faster? Because I will be done playing Satisfactory. Right? The alternative is I rush through this in a couple of weeks. And then I don't play Satisfactory for a long time, right? So that's really, there's only a certain number of hours left in the save. I don't know what that is. Is it 150? Is it 250? I'm not sure. There's only a certain number of hours, right? If I put in 30 hours a week of streaming on it, see, to be fair, I say that a lot, and one of my coworkers calls me out on that every time I say that. He's a fan of that show. I've watched a little bit. I don't really know it very well, but I know what it's from. So, you know, do we want me to slam out the rest of this factory, the rest of this playthrough in a month and a half? By streaming it four times a week? Or are we okay with it going for 6 to 8 months and we have something nice to do on Saturday nights that's different from everything else? You see what I'm saying? My view, and I think it's healthier for the channel and myself and my own brain and probably my viewership, is if you know, we change things up and we play something else a little bit on Saturday nights, right? Yeah, Ray, you were dying. I was laughing so hard you kind of couldn't see. I don't understand. Maybe, you know, there's this Family Guy joke about old naked guys walking around the locker room. You ever see that one? If you like Family Guy, I'm not going to show it on the channel, but if you like Family Guy, just Google old man locker room Clementine. And there's this cutaway, and it's like, you know, this old guy walking around naked, offering these other old guys Clementine. He's like, Clementine? Oh, yeah. You know, and then he goes to the next one, holds out his hand with like an orange in it. Clementine? Oh, yeah, thank you. Right? Does that, along with asking about how many organs you have left, does that show up at, like, you know, 60? When I hit 60, do I get something in the mail that tells me that I need to, you know, start walking around locker rooms buck-ass naked and asking about other people's organs? Maybe that's something I should look forward to. Will there be time to take a leisurely drive around the city tonight? Perhaps. We have all the time in the world. All right, so let's do a little review, okay? Let's remember what it is we're trying to do and how much of it we've done and how much of it we have left to do. So this complex of 4 towers right here takes up an entire 25% of the city. And that comes with the AARP card. Right. That's it. It comes with the AARP card. You favor the latter option, to be fair. Which one was the latter option? Was that the take our time, right? That was the take our time, put in a good 8 hours a week, progress it, enjoy our time, savor it, because I just don't know. I have plenty of drive to finish what I've started here, but I don't think I have enough gas in the tank for Satisfactory to kick up a brand new save that's going to take me 1,000 or 1,200 hours, right? I just not now. Now maybe when if 2.0 comes out, right, a paid expansion that, you know, lets us do something crazy new in the game, well, sure, okay, but just another save, just another playthrough, even 1.2, I don't think that's enough for me. You'll get a notice. Good to know. So these 4 towers, what are these 4 towers? Well, these 4 towers are actually, this is not the tab you're looking for. These 4 towers are actually going to be a gigantic factory chopped. It's actually not gigantic, but a big factory chopped into 4 pieces. Okay, it's this factory right here. All right. 2 of those 4 pieces, 2 of the entire towers is just this. Well, most of this. A little bit of the copper ingots gets used down here, but most of it is these refineries. A lot of refineries. Those are in the teal buildings, okay? And so if we go, no, stop it. If we go into the teal building here, we take a quick look. Right? This one is done. Okay, at least it's done for this stage. It's got all the hookups, it's got all the machines. All right, it's got the elevator, it's got the all the pathways, okay, all the catwalks and stuff. It's got this elevator in, okay, and then up top here, it's got the particle accelerators fully integrated in. Okay, now there isn't any connections to the bus. Okay, obviously we've got to do something with this belt, right? This belt is going to have this entire column's worth of copper powder, you know, and likewise we need to do something with this belt. This belt feeds the copper ore. Okay, and so when I say done, okay, the flooring is done, the road work here. Oh, we have to fix this up here, I think. Let's do that real quick. Maybe this is fine. It's probably fine. There we go. It's pretty good. What is this? Get that out of here. Get out of here, you. So we have this flooring done. This is where the trucks are going to come in and they're going to deliver items into these, right? But we don't have the hookups from those, right? So, you know, we started with the exteriors. The exteriors are done in all four. And then I went to the teals, and the teals not only are the these groups put in, right? But also the buses are connected within itself, not with anything else yet. And the catwalks and the elevators are in. Also, power has been connected, that type of thing. We've also done these 4 sky bridges. These are good to go, right? But obviously they're just a connector, a component, right? Now, both teals are done, but this is the empty purple, right? So this is purple number. This is the last of the 4 towers to build out the center with. We are actually working on this other purple over here. And we're trying to get the 2 purples at the same place that the 2 teals are. The designing of the blueprints. And because the teals were easy in that each of the blueprints used in the teals were exactly the same. This one, however, you can see that this one here, this column, is different from this one, right? This one is making radio control units. This one, however, is making cooling systems, okay? And we need to... What is going on with my hand? Figured it out. So we need to finish all the... I think today is going to be kind of finishing all the connections that happen in here. The catwalks, connecting the vertical bus pieces. We got to build the central elevator. All of this up here, these... you can see here that this is not connected correctly, right? It's exposed to the sky. All that stuff needs to be hooked up and kind of finalized. Okay, so that's going to be tonight. Now, if we have any extra time, I would love to design some of the blueprints that need to go in the other purple building that we saw that was empty. That would be the next task. Now, chances are I'm probably not going to get to finish all of this catwalk and you know, kind of detail work in here and do the design for the blueprints for this purple one as well. Now, like I said, maybe we can do 1 or 2, get a little bit ahead of the game for next week, but that's basically the plan. Now, bigger picture, what does this do? Well, this factory is going to provide 10 nuclear pasta per minute, 4 thermal production rockets per minute, 2.5 assembly director systems per minute, and 4 magnetic field generators per minute. It's a lot of machines for very, very, very few parts per minute. And that's just the nature of the phase 4 space elevator parts, right? That's just how it is. By the way, I'm kind of cheating a little bit here because I am importing rubber, and look how many different places it goes. And where are you hiding, sir? Plastic. Okay, so we're not even making the rubber and plastic inside these towers. The rubber and the plastic is being made in this building over here and will be driven by truck over and dropped off into the buildings that need them. Phase 4 is the most brutal. It's such a mountain. Well, funny you should mention that, because the interesting thing is that I thought ahead, and the completion of phase 4, when we're done, when we send off the phase 4 space elevator, we'll still be making 4 thermal propulsion rockets per minute. It's not like we built some little temporary side factory and just made like, 0.3 a minute. We saved up the 400 we need or whatever, right? It's not what we're doing. This is actually a factory that will make 4 per minute, and 10 per minute of this. And if you look, we've already designed the phase 5. This is the phase 5, but crazily enough, this imports the 4 pieces, and plastic and rubber. This imports those items from the other factory, right? So, by the way, thank you for the follow, Mirage. So, yes, and including some of the nuclear pasta. So, yes, what we're building is the phase 4 space elevator parts. Okay. One of the reasons it's taking so long isn't because it's not just the phase 4 space elevator parts. It's also about 2/3 of the phase 5 space elevator parts. Okay. This is the last really large factory we're going to be making. I mean, there's light at the end of the tunnel here. Okay. Because once we're done with this factory is actually not even as hard. There's far fewer machines. Okay, if we look at the overview here, okay, there's 324 machines that we need in this one. Okay, how many do we need in this one? Almost 1,000. There's 1/3 the amount of machines, right? So when we make Arasaka Tower, and by the way, phase 5, and we'll truck over what we're making in the 4 towers here, right? Just like we're trucking plastic and rubber, we'll truck over these 4 parts across this bridge, and we're going to build the phase 5 kind of final factory, but the majority of the work will already be done. We're doing it now. Does that make sense? Bad Colbert gifted a tier 1 sub to Mirage. They've given 10 gift subs to the channel. Thank you, Bad Call. All right, phase 1 is done. Red Bull. Okay, so does that make sense? Yes, I'm building 1 factory at a time here, but really it's just 1/4 of the phase 4 space elevator parts. And the phase 4 space elevator parts are really about half. Well, no, they're not half. They are like 2/3, 3/4 of the work for the entirety of phase 5. So this is kind of all one huge factory, because we'll be trading parts back and forth, and the outputs of these 4 will go into the inputs of this one, so that we don't have to make stuff twice. That's really what it's about, right? Is making it so that we build it once the right way. And so that's why we're taking our time. And like I said, this is it. And now when I'm done, we will spend probably a few weeks, okay, several weeks, going through and putting in all final touches, okay, putting in some, little carts, factory carts, you know, rolling along the sidewalks, finishing up these courtyards, making everything look complete. You know what I mean? You know, I don't know what that's going to look like yet. We have a lot of time to, you know, play with that, but that'll be after, and we'll probably have at least 2 to 4 weeks, 2 to 4 streams of going through and debugging, like, why is this machine turning yellow sometimes? You know, all of these factories need some debugging, right? So there's a lot of stuff still to do here, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not really in a rush to like get it done really fast. I pushed really hard over the summer so that we were as far as we could be before I started Ashes of Creation. I knew this was coming, you know, and so I wanted to, you know, get us as close as we could to the finish line. But now I'm in cruise mode. Okay, we're gonna hang out, we're gonna spend a lot of time, because when I'm done with this, and it is coming, I just don't see myself doing any Satisfactory anytime soon afterwards. So, you know, let's make sure to enjoy it, I guess. Aw, Ray, you were counting the money from the cash drawer in the front counter and there was a fake $10 bill in it. Ray works as a closing manager for McDonald's, and they got handed a fake $10 bill. 1 second, I gotta turn on my fan. Okay, I'm back. I turned off the camera because I don't think anybody wants to see my like fat belly in front of the camera as I stand up. How do you go about designing such a complex factory? How do you plan out how you will lay out the factory and the floors? Well, I mean, that is kind of the tough part. How do you go from this, right? Because you can get this pretty quickly in Satisfactory tools, right? But how do you go from that into the factory floors? Well, I use Excel for that. I design blueprints, and I like putting those blueprints in bus lines. Now we're doing something very different today, and I'll talk more about that as we get over there and we start into it. Not today, but I mean like for these factories. I'm doing something a little different than I normally do, and that is we're stacking the factories vertically. Okay, let's do it. Let's throw one down here real quick. All right, let's do the copper powder. Okay, so this blueprint gets stacked vertically. Instead of next to itself. And then I made a blueprint that is a bus that stacks as well. All right, and with auto connect, it does a lot of the work for us. And so now what I've got is a vertically stacked set of blueprints to make a lot of this. And it's really easy, right? These are already ready to go. Now I do have to connect this one to this one, but no big deal. All right, I connect this one to this one. And now it's like each floor, each column of floors provide me one thing that I'm doing. You know, one item, one piece of the puzzle. Let's see. What do I want? What do I want? I want the Discord. Wait, that's a fake? It's not a... I mean, yeah, okay. I see it now. It's the paper. It's probably easier to tell in person. It doesn't have the glossy stuff on it, huh? Sucks. Oh, don't look at that. I was looking up the menu. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trigger you. Can we printing money? I'm not. I'm certainly not. If I could print money, I wait. Isn't that what this channel is supposed to be? My money printing machine? All right, time to check it out. Oh yeah, I can see. You guys ready? Yeah, let's turn off the music. I think there's gonna be some music for us. Ready? It is Satisfactory's 1 year anniversary, or its birthday, you might say. Speaking of which, I think it's an appropriate time to pour my whiskey. Oh, both bottom bills are fake. Wow. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. That was a good one. Oh my gosh, it's so little. That's all I have tonight, guys. I'll go pick up some more this week. Now accepting whiskey donations. All done. I'm gonna buy this again. My cousin, it is Breckenridge Rum Cask Finish. My cousin showed me this, who's from Colorado Springs. And we're drinking out of Han Solo tonight. All right. So, what do we got? We got a bean balloon. Party cups. Dance floor. It is an anniversary. That's an Office reference. That is an awesome Office reference. Here, let me show you. Look. It is your birthday. It is an anniversary. That's great. Look at the toilet. Oh my God. That's horrifying. I'm showing that to Minnie Kin. She deserves to be just as horrified. The music also took a turn. I'm posting on the Discord. That is pretty disturbing, actually. Hey, Little Caesar's Pizza. I wonder if there's an anniversary, anything in the anniversary in the kit. Oh my gosh. The Meeseeks box is still in there. I think that's new. Makes perfect sense for the bathroom. Yeah, except it's fuzzy. It's and what's his tongue doing? No. I can't even. Is there any like thing to do in here? Can we pin the tail on the Pioneer? It's pretty cool. Turn the music up. What are the toppings? Jalapenos, French fries, and I don't know what that is. It looks like Spam and eggplant. Whack them piñata. I'm aware of the irony. Oh, nice. Reused sound effect, though. I mean, it's pretty satisfying. I never really got to break the piñata when I was a kid because I was always the oldest. We had to let the little kids break the piñata. My turn now, bitch. I'm not allowed to hit any beans on the channel. Otherwise, I lose subscribers. I've had a rough week. Pretty cathartic, actually. Never trust a Swede to make a pizza. Yeah. I mean, between like New York, New York is it the best? Probably. But I love my California pizza. Chicago too. I won't forget Chicago or Detroit. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. This is an abomination. I'm sorry, Swedes. If you want pizza, you know, there's 2 countries to get it from. Sweden isn't one of them. All right, one more time. Mini Kid need to get Kenny a piñata. This guy's begging for it. I was hoping Mini Kid would stop by. All right, let's read all the chat, and then we'll get out of here. Hit that bean. He can't stop. I play as a tank. I don't get to do DPS in Ashes of Creation, so I have to take it out on being the piñata. Oh, that's why it sounds like Christmas. I'm hitting it with the Christmas thing. All right, I take it back. Sorry I ever doubted you. Ken cries himself to sleep at night when he can't whack the space drive tick penguin whale thing piñata. Where'd you get the candy cane paint? This is from the Fixmas event. It's not paint. This is actually a candy cane basher. It's literally a unique weapon. A candy cane basher. Self-defense is now not only fun, but also delicious for the target. Do not lick or consume. Yeah, exactly, Killer Rain. Something seems to be touching my butt. All right, let's get the sound back in order. So we've got some satisfactoring to do. That was fun. That was cool. Rude. All right, let's get to work, boys. 0 days. What happened? Well, I'll let you, it may have had to do with a doggo. Or my driving. Could have been driving related. All right, Ken, party's over. Time to go back to work. Playtime's over. The fake bills feel like more like regular paper. Yeah, it's probably easier to tell in person than it is on a picture. Yeah, there's also texture. And isn't there holographics on it as well that help? Okay. So first thing I think I want to do is go through and fix all of these gaps. All right, we actually have a blueprint to do that. So we're gonna start. Sign patch purple. The question is, though, on the arrow, is dark side left or right? It's left. A lot of people ask me, like, Ken, how do you build such crazy good factories? You know what the answer is? A lot of boring, tedious work. But the good news is we get to hang out at the same time. Right? That's good, right? The old ones don't have the holographic stuff? Oh, the new bills have the holographic stuff. Okay. But just because it doesn't mean it's a fake bill. So the reason that I couldn't do this is because I can't overlap. There would be a break there, you see? So I have to cover it later. What is your interface for the audio? I forgot. Yeah, let me show you. It is your birthday. I am using Beacon Audio Interface. I'm using two pieces of hardware, this first one and the second one. So we'll look at this first one. This is an XLR to USB. My headphones are plugged in here, and so I have instant, no delay monitoring. Okay, so it's also processed. The processing happens in the box. So if I add compression, if I EQ it, okay, it's a hardware EQ, right? So it doesn't get sent to the computer. The computer has to do the work, and then it goes back to the box and then into my headphones. It goes directly into my headphones so that I can hear myself when I talk, even though I have these noise canceling in-ear monitors. Additionally, it's got a USB to my first computer, and it has a USB to my second computer. It connects my two live stream, my main computer and my live stream computer together. And so I can make changes, and I can bring up the software, and I can adjust the volume on the computer that I don't have a mouse or a keyboard connected to. Okay, so this does an XLR to USB. Now, Beacon also has a USB mic. I don't use that one. I use the SF7B that basically everybody uses. So this is for if you need an XLR. Now, this other piece of hardware I also have. And this other piece, this is right here on my left hand. I'm touching it right now, giggity. And so when I hit this button, I can mute myself to you guys, okay? So because this is the audience mute, okay? And then I can also mute myself when I touch this, when I push in this button right here, I can mute myself to the Discord when I'm playing Ashes of Creation. All right, and then right here I have the chat, but I'm feeding it to live streaming computer and coming back. I actually do have music right here, and I have the game sound right here. So, you know, this one's the music. So if I hit this, I can immediately cut the music out from you guys. And I can turn it back on, right? So I can also adjust the volume, obviously, and turn it up and turn it down really easily. This button right here puts the audience mix for me to hear. By the way, I have 2 different mixes. This is for me to hear, and then when I hit this button, it makes it so I can listen to what you guys are hearing. So I can turn the music up louder for you than it is for me, or vice versa. Same with the game. Okay, and I can adjust my voice based on that. So a lot of times when I say, oh, I'm adjusting something, I will say something, I can hear what you guys hear, which is a different, there's actually a delay. It's different than what I'm self-monitoring. It's a different volume, and I can see kind of how loud it is compared to the music. Thank you, CubeWave. So anyway, and then all of this, both pieces of hardware, work together with my software, which is this. And again, I can, you know, turn the music up and down. See that dial right there, moving right there? I'm doing it with the hardware. That's what I hear. But if I go like this is what you hear. Okay. So I have the music up a little bit louder than you guys have. And now I switch back over, and now I'm not hearing myself with an echo. I'm hearing myself in real time. So this stuff is really cool. It's so much better than my old setup. It's so much better, so much better than what I used before, which was I used a Focusrite audio interface, which wasn't terrible in itself, but I had to combine it to get this functionality. I had to combine it with Voice Meter Banana or Voice Meter Potato. And it's not even close. This has been so smooth. I've got a bunch of microphone settings built into it. Okay, I've got a little bit of EQ. I've got some extra little things on here. I've got a noise suppressor. I have an expander. I have a compressor. I can adjust my monitoring of the situation. I can give myself different equalizing settings that I'm giving you, because I want to try to give you guys something clean without a bunch of extra, you know, with minimal additional things on it. But for me personally, maybe I like it differently. And so I've given myself a little bit of a V curve on what I hear, right? And this is more enjoyable for music in general for myself. But all of these settings, all built into those 2 pieces of hardware. Am I using a compressor? Yeah, but it's pretty light. I am using a compressor, so, you know, I can adjust it here. It's attenuating, like when it gets really loud, right? That pulled out 8 decibels. And then if I talk really quiet. Yeah, I don't have a lot of makeup gain right here. So it's mostly just, it mostly just brings it down if I get too loud. See, it's down, you know, 4 decibels there. I'm not really bringing up the quiet parts very much. This is a pretty light, it's very light compression. It's a 4.0 ratio. You know, just a little bit. So I don't, you know, to help against, I wouldn't really peak, but, you know, just kind of curb the top if I, you know, get excited or something and I talk a little bit loud. So, you know, I've tried to keep the settings relatively light. I've done a lot of testing, you know, my family members, especially my sister, who's a voice major, and can really sing. I had her listen to it, and she said these settings sound extremely close to what I sound like in real life. Crank the gain? No, my gain is good. I'm not touching the audio settings anymore. I'm happy with how I sound. I feel like I'm probably 97% to perfect, and it's good enough for me. So I'm good. Where were we? But yeah, that's what I use. And I think it's really simple. It's really powerful. And it was very easy to kind of experiment and figure out what I wanted to do. Way easier, not even close, than Voicemeeter was. And remember, Voicemeeter, the reason that I had to change was because of the audio failures. I was having driver failure about 4 hours into the stream, and I didn't have any self-monitoring. Okay, now I'm doing self-monitoring, and so if something happens with the sound of my voice or something like that, I'll be able to hear it. But because I wasn't doing any self-monitoring, because there was always this horrifying delay with Voicemeeter because it was all done digitally, I couldn't tell if my sound got messed up, right? And it would happen sometime between 3 and 6 hours after I started my stream, and I do long ass streams. And so it was extremely frustrating because I would have people leaving my channel because the audio was so bad, until I saw, somebody telling me in chat, and I was able to fix it. Remember, there's a delay, right? And so oftentimes there was like 45 seconds of this horrifying sound, and I lost a lot of viewers, and plus it was really just very difficult to use, and it was just irritating. And I'm so happy that I switched to that. It wasn't cheap, but it has been a good investment on the channel to get you guys better quality, on average. I once stacked 10 games with 50 decibels plus and talked into the mic, and my physical audio in my ears got distorted even though I wasn't listening to it. It was overflowing the register on my motherboard audio, and was overdriving it. That sounds crazy. That sounds horrible. Crank it up to 11. Yeah, no thanks. So, Bad Call, are you still there? You want to chat a little bit while I'm not super distracted with trying to tank a dungeon in Ashes? You want to talk a little bit about how the development of our favorite game is going? Probably one of the very next games I'm going to play on the channel. We'll see if he's there. Bad Call's been keeping me apprised of the goings on of Schedule 1. Schedule. You guys in I don't know if the Europeans are up yet. It's still a little early for them. When you play Schedule 1, do you call it Schedule 1? Does he call? What about Australians? Does he call it Schedule 1? All right, he's an Aussie. Oh, were you guys in ads? I think you guys were in ads. Bad Call, are you there? I think you were in an ad. British people call it sipping tea on a Blood Tuesday. Tuesday. I did like how Real Civil Engineer kept talking about how it wasn't. Oopsie. I was waiting for me to do that. Kept talking about how it wasn't drugs, that it was tea. Oh, why are you smoking the tea I gave you? It was really funny. It was a good shtick. He's really good with that, like finding and like getting good shtick, you know, that keeps people coming back so they can, you know, listen to his shtick. a bloody Tuesday. My wife and Minikin watch a lot of British TV, so. Nick Max, what up, cuz? What up? Ray still has an hour of work left. Watching your stream on the ultra wide is great. Yeah, I still get every once in a while. It doesn't happen as much as it used to, but every once in a while I still get somebody that comes into the channel that I've never seen talk. Right, they're brand new and they're like you need to fix your resolution. Your resolution settings are wrong. Why are there black bars on my screen? It's hilarious, actually. And I say, nope. It works pretty well on a TV as well. I'm drinking some, this is, Saturday nights, I usually drink a little whiskey. Although I'm running low. This is my only one. I ran out. This is Breckenridge Rum Cask Finish. Like I said, I'm out. And then I was drinking peated Scotch. I was drinking Lagavulin. And I was drinking a Japanese whiskey. And what was the other one? Oh, I had a right over there. The one I finished off last week was the Elijah Craig Toasted Barrel. But I gotta go pick up some more. I'm gonna pick up this round. I'm gonna pick up probably another one of these. I really like this. I'll pick up an Irish, and then I'll try a different peated Scotch. And then, you know, I just drink a little bit. You know, not much more than this. You know, maybe like half of one of these, you know, on a Saturday night while I'm playing some Satisfactory. You know, we're chilling. It's not a race. Let's do this. Let's see if column by column here is a little bit faster. May feel a little faster at least. I have to cut this off. Actually. And by the way, these now that we're up here, we can kind of see the work that I still have to do up here. If we look over here, you can see I've got some lighting in there. I've got a back wall in. I've got a door, right? And then all of that connects into the catwalk system. So there's a lot to do today for sure. Auto save. First time watching the live stream. Have you seen a lot of your you've seen a lot of my shorts with so many assets? It looks like the game is running great. What specs are you running? Basically the best ones you can think of. I've got a water-cooled 5090 and a water-cooled 9950X 3D AMD. Specifically the MSI Supreme Liquid 5090, and I've offloaded all of the recording and live streaming compression, not compression, rendering onto another computer. And I do have a lot of assets. I am probably pretty close to going past the object limit, but I already have some settings saved that will let me get past it. How long am I streaming? The real answer to that is I'm streaming until I finish these tasks that I have set up for myself. I don't know how long exactly that's going to take. My guess is between 6 and 8 hours. I probably will not start designing other blueprints tonight. I do have people coming over in the morning, and I'll be quite frank with you guys. I am really enjoying Ash's creation. I'm really enjoying it, and so I'm playing it a lot on my in the time that I'm not streaming, and trying to progress so that when I do stream, we can do things like PvP content, because you know, it's a bit grindy, and I get that not everybody wants to watch that all the time, but I'm really enjoying it. So I'm going to finish off this tower, and like I said, I'm not in a super rush to start the next project or do the next project halfway. I think it makes sense to finish off this tower and then start the blueprint design of the other purple tower when I'm fresh. That is the hardest part of this. Oh, I accidentally deleted that. That is the hardest part of this, is the blueprint design. And it's probably not best to do at the tail end of a 6 to 8 hour stream. So, but yeah, I got to get some sleep because I got people coming over. So I'm not going to do like 12 hours. There probably will actually be pretty few 12-hour streams, regardless of what game I'm playing. I'm trying to, you know, have a little bit more balanced approach with the content. And that kind of destroys my week. Or my weekend when I do that, because if I can wake up, like if I go to bed tonight, if I go to bed at 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning, I can handle it, right? Even like 6:30, I'm okay, right? As long as because then I can get out of bed at like noon or 1, or at the latest 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But if I go like 12 hours. That means I'm still streaming at 9. It means that I don't really get to bed and asleep until like 10:30, 11. usually takes me about an hour and a half to do all the things I need to do after a stream and kind of chill the F down and go to sleep. I sometimes go for a walk, things like that, right? But if I have to, if I'm not getting off a stream, if it's a 12-hour guy, I'm not going to sleep till 11. That means I'm sleeping till more like 4, right? And that's 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's too much, right? And it kind of wrecks me a little bit. So, you know, if I'm close to finishing off a project or a stopping point, I'll probably push it, but I won't plan on streaming that hard all the time, if that makes sense. Zekwana, hey Kin, if you can, could you show me how to time trains? Yes, I can give you some tools. How you apply them to your situation, you'll have to figure out. I was just wondering, because I wasn't planning on staying on too long tonight. When I get home, the pet exchange will have to wait until tomorrow night or Tuesday. No, here's what we'll do, Ray. When you are ready for bed, even if I'm still streaming, I will we'll pause Satisfactory. I'll save live. We'll jump over to Ashes. We'll do the pet exchange, the mount exchange, and then I'll jump back on the Satisfactory. All right. So we'll jump over there. I'll show off the mounts a little bit. Let's do that tonight. All right. You just message me when you're ready, and we'll take just 5 minutes. Pop over to Ashes. We'll do the pet exchange. I'm in New Ayla, by the way. I don't know if you want to meet me in New Ayla. So I don't have to run, but let's do that. Okay. All right, let me finish this column up here, and then I'll drop down and I'll show you some tricks on how to get your trains to do what you want. Let me ask you some questions, Zekwana, first. Do your trains, are they fluid trains or are they solids? And does the train have and do all cars of the train have the same thing in it? Right? Is it 5 cars of all iron ore, for instance? That looks good. Uh-oh, Spadudios. Look what I did. Yeah, let me know. Hold on. Had a little browser problem, but I think we fixed it. Might have something to do with the fact that I have a lot of tabs open. I don't know. But yeah, let me know on that, Zach, and I can help you maybe talk about how we're gonna fix your train issue. That's wrong. What's the asset limit? Well, so assets is not exactly the correct term. It's actually objects, because not every asset in the game is an object. And some assets have multiple objects. Okay, so there is an object limit, not necessarily an asset limit. And I don't know what it is, but it does cause a crash when you reach it. But you can just increase the limit, so you don't have to worry about it. Is everybody in and done? I think so. I've not built a train network yet in my current playthrough, but they will be doing mostly solid trains with the same thing in all cars with the rare flute train. Okay, so this, what I'm going to show you, should work pretty much out of the box for you. Do you know how to load balance? And will you be load balancing your trains with all of the same item in them? So, let's say you are using up 5 belts of iron ore. What if one of the belts gets backed up, and what if the other one runs short? You see what I'm getting with this? Do you know how to balance all those outputs so that if you have extra in one, it can flow to the one that's short in the other? All right, let's do a little train work. So, question. Hey, Kin, if you could show me how to time trains where they... all right, let's start over. Train question. Hey, Kin, if you can, could you show me how to time trains where if they get all clumped together, they get spread out over time? Yes, so what we're going to do is we're going to build up a couple of... really just one... train station here. Okay. Okay. So the setting that you're going to want to pay attention to is actually the edit timetable, go to train station 61, then you're gonna go here. Now, this is you set it per train. This is not set on the station, it's set on the train while scheduling, okay? You go here, it's this guy right here. Right now, this says one load unload has been completed, okay? And so what it tries to do is it unloads as much as it can in one shot. It pulls up, it goes, we'll talk about unloading. It pulls up and it does the animation, and whatever room is available in the train station, it drops it off. And then when it's done, it goes, it takes off, okay? This is not great, and it is the default setting, and it leads to trains clumping together. Don't ask me why. I don't know, but it does, okay? So what we want to do is we want to spread the trains out. And so we're going to say the freight wagon is fully loaded or unloaded, or something like 1 minute. Okay, so this is what this will do. Especially if you've got load balancers, this is great, okay? Because if any of your exporting belts get backed up, the cars that have items in the station that were supposed to be going to the back belt go instead to somewhere else. All right, and so these will empty evenly if you combine this with a belt balancer on the way out. And so here's what'll happen. Let's say there's a very long gap. Okay, you know how it goes. You've got maybe 4 trains running in a circuit, and they kind of all get bunched up together. And that means that maybe between train 4 and train 1, there's way too long of a gap. Okay, it happens. And your train stations run out and your flow runs out. If these train stations are empty, what this train is gonna do is it's gonna pull up and it's gonna dump it. And then it's gonna immediately move on, because everything was empty, right? Freight wagon is fully loaded or unloaded. Well, in our case, unloaded. The freight wagon is fully unloaded. It can leave or wait 90 seconds. Let's say the next train, it was hot on the heels of the one that just left. It comes pulling in. Can it fully unload? No, it cannot. So we've got the or, 60 seconds. You can play with this, 60, 90, 120, whatever. Probably 60 to 90, right? Now this train is forced to wait because it cannot unload all of its materials. It waits as long as it can, it unloads whatever it can, and then it leaves. And guess what? There's another train right behind it that probably got backed up. And now it has to wait 60 seconds. Okay? And so you're bumping back all of the trains unless they can dump everything and move on. So it slows down the trains that are too close, and it doesn't slow the trains that are too far. And over time, it pushes back the trains to be relatively even, right? And again, how much it pushes them apart, you may have to play with this number right here. Now, where you run into problems here is if you have mixed train loads. And I'm not talking about in the same car. By the way, you should be very careful about putting different materials in the same car. But let's say you have a 4-car train, and 2 of the cars have bauxite in it, and 2 of the cars have iron ore in it. And let's say that you're oversupplying your iron and you're undersupplying or just evenly supplying your bauxite. Well, if you're forcing your trains to wait until everything is unloaded, your iron could slow down the train schedule and leave your bauxite dry. Does that make sense? So this works as long as you are load balancing and everything is the same item, right? Because you don't want one of your items backing up the others. So what you can do is you can actually just switch this to and. Now this doesn't fix itself necessarily in the same way. Every train is going to be delayed. Not the gapped ones, right? But it's not as kind of perfectly efficient as the other one. It doesn't sort of self-fix itself as well. But eventually, everybody's going to be blocked out in that time. Okay, so it's really if every item is the same, you can switch this to or, and it's a bit more efficient. But if you don't want to risk one item holding up all the rest, switch it to and then that forces everybody to wait. Okay, so that's really the key here. And then again, this really works better if you are load balancing on the way out. And if you don't know what that is, there's plenty of videos on load balancing. I've done it on the channel and in the live stream a bunch, right? So at least that'll give you a couple of tools to play with, and try to wrap your mind around, okay? Yeah, you're welcome. Guess how many viewers we have on YouTube right now? Nice. All right. Let's try some of that jumping. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I messed it up. That one wasn't my fault. All right. Let's connect some belts. All right, and again, this is the inputs needed for, what is this, radio control units? Yeah. The inputs are all solids, and they run along these belts coming up, and the output is off to the right, and it goes along that one belt coming down. This one here is coming down. See that? So we send our raw materials up the belts. Finished materials come back down the belt. And most importantly, this fits inside the space I have made for it in this vertical cylindrical design. So it fits inside my buildings. And not just a warehouse, right? Not like a long flat building, an actual skyscraper, right? Or that's the intent anyway. All right. All right, let's start at the top here, work our way down. So what I did here is part of the blueprint. I designed I put a wall outlet on the front here so that I can connect this way. Is this nitrogen? It's water, so did I forget? All right, let's see. I think I forgot something on this blueprint. I'm gonna have to. What am I gonna do? Build them by hand? Really rather not. No. No, 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 no. I'm fine. These two sides pump up. These two sides fall down. No, we're good. We're good. I just kind of had to remember what my plan was. More. Wait, now one more. Good thing we have vertical nudge. Oh. Gotta put a wall there before you do this. Hello, we just did a food swap with the Taco Bell next to us. One of my former employees works over there now, and he hooked us up. Nice. Sounds sacrilegious to me. Taco Bell and McDonald's people fraternizing. Taco Bell is the devil. Eric, where would we find out how to change the building restrictions? Do you mean the object limit? I can show you. It's very easy. It's one line, and you put it in a Word doc in your Satisfactory. Work folders, and you're good to go. So let me pull that up. All right, you go to factory game, saved, config, Windows, and then engine. Right here. I'm gonna paste this in to both chats so you guys can copy paste it out. This will prevent you from hitting the object limit in Satisfactory. All right. One of those guys? Nah, man. Ask away. You're not one of those guys. Nobody is really. You're fine. We're hanging out. We're chilling. I'm also posting a picture of that in my Discord in general. I'll also put it in Satisfactory Talk. So if you want a more permanent picture, an image, just head over to my Discord. You can do exclamation Discord if you're in Twitch, or it's in the video description on YouTube. Head over there and you'll see the image for you there. And if anybody has any questions like that, just please feel free to ask. Like, the thing that I do here is help teach people how to play Satisfactory. That's what I love doing. Okay? More so than these crazy designs. You know, I would so much rather take, you know, what was that, 3 minutes, and show somebody. I mean, we've sat here and talked about Mexican food for 35 minutes, all right? I am happy to take a handful of minutes and answer somebody's question about Satisfactory or anything else, by the way. I'll answer Ash's creation questions. I'll answer questions about myself. I will answer questions about things I don't know the answer to. But I do try to at least let you know that I don't know the answers. All right, so the liquid is done here. Now we have these to do. You know, I mean, it would be a boring stream if we just did the same thing all day. Probably put me to sleep. So, speaking of ashes, word on the street is there was an open world PvP fight today with our guild and some of the bigger guilds in the game. And I wasn't there. Now, I'm not level 25 anyway, but I still could have helped. That was what I hear. I hear we won some and we lost some. I'm really looking forward to bringing you guys that kind of content on the channel. Like true end game content for that game. Not just like an ass load of like grinding only, which grinding is fun too, but like I want to get to the good stuff. And we're getting there. There's some things happening in my new guild, PvP wise, behind the scenes that I don't really talk about. But I'm excited. Combat in that game is very good. I enjoy it a lot. I've been able to get so much out of watching yours. I like to experiment and figure things out on my own, but sometimes you need a little inspiration or help in the right direction. That is why I say you're inspiring and motivating, because it's more than entertainment here. Well, I try. I mean, otherwise it'd be boring. Yeah, like I said, otherwise it'd just be boring. And look, let's be honest. Like, I'm a father of 5. I'm I'm giving people advice all day long. You know, I'm, you know, somewhat of a manager and a trainer now at work too. And I was a wrestling coach for 8 years. Right. So all of that kind of comes together. And, you know, even in my other games, right, I'm leading, I'm shot calling, I'm explaining, I'm taking charge of the group. Like, hey, you know, this is how we do this. Watch out for this. Right. I'm trying to, you know, teach new people, just like in this game. I'm trying to teach new people in that other game too. And, you know, usually people pick it up pretty fast. You know, it is a complicated game. Both of these games are very complicated. And so that's why I kind of think, in some ways, you know, obviously it's a different game. Uh-oh, what happened? Okay, we're good. But in a lot of ways, my content is the same. Showing people how to play the game that have less experience than me, or not how to play, but just helping them learn how to play the game. And I think I have been relatively successful for pretty much everybody that I've given advice to in Ashes of Creation, except for one person. Yes, that's right, Oki Sooner. Otherwise, you know, my record is pretty spotless. I mean, even taught my brothers how to play. Not my brothers, my one brother how to play MMOs. I'm just kidding. He's not bad. Well, endgame for me is going to be a lot of crafting and hunting and dungeon crawling with maybe a little bit of killing your targets. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, Ray, I think your method... So Ray plays a rogue. Her method of PvP is going to be lurking in their backline. And then when somebody is low health and starts to get away, she's going to give them a little surprise. A little stealth surprise from nowhere. I think you'll find it very fun, Ray. You know, just casually. It's like Overwatch. You're overwatching our group. You know, you're invisible. You're just hanging out, waiting for targets of opportunity. You know, maybe we'll get you a little rogue team, right? Maybe 3 or 4 of you. Rogue Team 6 reporting for duty. But yes, no, I do realize that it is considered a PvP game, but not everybody that plays it is hardcore PvP. There's crafting, there is PvE. So, and I know Ray isn't necessarily PvP oriented, but there'll still be fun things to do. You know, I am very, very sneaky, sir. Oh, this one has so many belts. Am I out of material? Holy crap. Hell, you put hours in just to try to get a damn broodling? I know. That is not a game that's meant to be ever beaten, you know? You just kind of keep playing it. I mean, I did the math on how much legendary resources I need to make the gear, just the necklace and 2 earrings and ring that I want, and it's like many, many, many hours of mining. But I actually like the mining. It's relaxing. Get in there, look at the pretty world. You know, I enjoy it. You can find many ways to make your own fun. Yeah. Well, I mean, that is kind of what a sandbox game is all about. All right, we are missing some aluminum sheets here, and I have to use the restroom anyway. Thanks, Whiskey. So, let's set up. Now we probably have the aluminum sheets for these last 2 now. Let me set up one of my little. Yeah, we did. Let me set up one of my little things here. Let's see how this looks. I like experimenting with this stuff. All right. check this out, and I'll be right back. And I'm leaving everybody a friend. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Just needed a minute. You know how it is. Let's finish off this whiskey. It's the last whiskey I got in the house, except for my celebratory whiskey, which I don't drink. All right, that's done. We're switching over to iced tea the rest of the evening. Get these in-ear monitors back in. Right. Thumbs up, let's do this. All right, this one's all set. This is the tall one. But yeah, just finishing up on that last piece of the conversation. I don't want anybody to ever hesitate to ask me a question. Hey, Ken, do you have all your organs? It's a good question. Do I have all my organs? This question popped up yesterday in the Discord chat between Oki Sooner and Korthal. It was unexpected. It's an unexpected topic of conversation. Let me tell you. The answer to that question is yes, I have all my organs, my original organs. What am I missing? I'm missing 2 wisdom teeth. What else am I missing? I'm missing my hair. What else? I think that's it. The only other thing I'm missing is a knuckle and cartilage in this middle finger. I got in a motorcycle accident in college. And, you know, you can see this finger right here, very normal. Here, let's go. Let's I've got the Ashes of Creation set there. There we'll go. Satisfactory background. And there we go. So this knuckle right here, put it against my black shirt. You see it looks normal. Okay, that one. This one, very not. That's as much as I can bend it. It's been that way for 20 years. I can grip a steering wheel. For a long time, I had to do this. I was perpetually flipping everybody off. But yeah, that finger was crushed. I've got scars on the underside there, scars across the top. So I'm missing a knuckle. But that is all I'm missing. I have all my organs. And everything works pretty well. All right. Okay, that's done. Let's snip these off. Let's work this actually. So what is... Where's the tab I need? Why are you running? Oh, it's right here. What are we working on? What is this? This hefty boy. This big boy. Alright, this is aluminum ingots. You're back? You were EQing your mic? You giving up an organ? No! Not giving up an organ. Aluminum casing, right here. Alright. Total water, 1201. Okay? But each blueprint uses up how much water? Net water. Well, it has to be cut in half, right? We have 14 of them, so 7 and 7. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna count 7 up. You said any question, Ken? I had to. I mean, I did say any question. And it's totally okay that you asked that question because that is a question the world needs to know. 1, 2, 3, 4. I did say any personal question too. 5, 6, 7. Then there should be one. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 overclockers. If the overclocker is the one at the top, then this 6 is actually 7, right? You Mr. Overclocked? Uh-oh. Where did I hide Mr. Overclocked? You at the bottom? If the overclocked is at the bottom, then I've made an error. Thought I marked you. Did I forget to build it? I may have forgotten to build it. I designed it. I may have forgotten to plug it in. What's this? Oh, an underclock. What in the ass? Underclock. Do I just not know how to count? Is that the problem? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Somebody has to be a double. I think. Right. Well, oops. 112.5. And then we had a weird one. I mean, here's our math. Yeah, we need 14 total, 1 underclocked. So 14 times 12.5, 112.5, that makes more than we need. Okay, and then we underclocked it. We need 17 less, and I did that across 2 different ones. So 8.5 less in 2 of them. So there's 2 underclocks built. Let's make sure I did that. 92.4 forever. Here's the problem. I only have 13 built, which means somebody needs to have a double up. Maybe I plan to just do that by hand afterwards, and I didn't make a blueprint because I only needed to build 1. So where's our 2 underclocks? They really should be number 7 and number 8 from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Good. This is Mr. Underclock. Yes. And now the next one can be underclocked. It isn't, but that's okay. Four, 5. I forgot to do 2. I just straight up forgot. Okay. All right, here's what we have to do. The first of these can be underclocked. The last of these can be underclocked. And this is another reason I love blueprints. I built the wrong one. We can change it out immediately. You haven't found a decent way to handle vertical lifts yet? Well, I have. This works well for me. And these have been tested and they work. They haven't been tested at this scale yet because I haven't built them yet and turned them on, but I am confident that they will work. Okay, so that's one problem solved. We have 2 underclocks. One is in the second set of 7. The other is in the first set of 7. The next problem is the first set of 7 isn't 7, it's 6. So in order to fix this, we are going to have to upgrade 2 of them to 150%. So we'll do that on the top. Top 2 are getting an overclock card and they are getting upgraded to 150%. I don't want to do 200% on one of them because that will cost more power. And I have plenty of shards. Well, it's the same amount of shards either way. We're going to do Is everybody 100%? No. So we got to figure this out. Well, it's not that hard. It's 300. We need it to be 150. An extra. So 450. All right. So first thing we get is an overclock card. Let's go down and copy our underclock card. You don't like the way they look? Well, I guess there's no accounting for taste. Looks like I missed one there. Let's fix that. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I can help you there if you don't like how they look. All right, now this is an overclock. Let's fix this belt I just saw. All right, now everybody gets 150%. Copy, paste. All right, now you go to 300 per minute. And you go to 450 per minute. Lastly, you. Okay, now we got to do it again. We need the overclock card. Could I bury the sign in the opening of the splitter? Maybe. It's pretty good, don't it? All right. Okay, now back to the water issue. This is correct, and that means this can be deleted. All right, now you can see over here we've got pumps, but on over there we don't. And so what I'm going to be doing is pumping the water all the way to the top here and building essentially a water tower up here. So it's actually a double water tower. Now we do have a blueprint that we used. Mm-hmm. No matter how I slice this, there isn't really a way to make it look like it's go up here. If I dyed your hair and beard black, all we would see is a pair of glasses and a big old forehead. I don't think that's true. Okay. Okay. All right. We pump up, we store, and we drop back down, and we feed from the top down. Dad Gamer, good morning, sir. Good morning yourself. I may fiddle with this later. I don't know if I want to mess with this. What about right? All right. Good night, Lena. One second. We're back. Okay. Is Borderlands 4 any good? How the hell should I know? All right, the water is hooked up on this one, and we're good to go. I think... No, I was going to do the elevator next. Nope, we need to do the front. The front facade. And again, I couldn't put these on the blueprint themselves because they're technically outside the blueprint area. And I don't know why eyes are bad today. I mean, I did leave the house, but it's starting to slowly cool down. The worst of the trees. It was a little windy today. It must be the wind. Oh, man. I'm allergic to trees. And my eyes are really the only thing that it ever bothers. You know, I don't have a runny nose or scratchy throat or anything like that. Or if I do, I'm so used to it that, you know. Just putting on the fronts of these floors. There we go. We've reached 100 viewers on the YouTube. Chilling with 22 on Twitch. I really appreciate you guys being here. We're just hanging out. We're chilling. Nice, relaxing stream. I'm slowly building my Satisfactory city. We're working on the space elevator parts factory. It is a monster. There are 4. We're in one of what will be 4 towers. Actually, the exteriors are already built. So we're in one of 4 towers, putting together the blueprints. And, you know, I'm kind of doing finishing touches here. And then I'm going to show you guys a trick with building the elevator. All right, 2 columns left. Running out of parts, sir. Iron plate and crystal. Let's try this bad boy. The iron plate. There it is. Terrible Plas, can I need you to tell me they will drop again? Just finished an SP grind and lost level 20, 2600 magic power and in daggers to pug the thorn side, Stormburn twin daggers. I want to cry. Yeah. I mean, they're probably not going to drop again, right? So little side story here. Okay. So Ashes of Creation right now is in alpha. And they are doing major balancing and reworks to the dropping to the gear system, both drops and crafting and how those affect each other. Right? You have to, if you have too much gear dropping out of a dungeon, then why should people craft? Right? If you can fully gear yourself up in 2 days of grinding, like, that's really not what this MMO is about. This is a tough MMO, right? You shouldn't be fully geared in 2 days, okay? And there's been some swings on how much gear is available outside of crafting. when phase 3 first started just 2 weeks ago. It's getting close to 3 now, 2.5 weeks. There was no gear. No gear was dropping. No gear, even cheap, shitty stuff in the vendors. Nothing. Right? And it was hard. It wasn't great. And after about a week of that, they changed it. They allowed gear to start dropping out of higher level mobs, and they put some basics in. I don't know if they ended up putting some basics in the vendors. But crafting is expensive. Okay, and I think it's meant to be, and it's okay that it is. Okay, it should take you. This is not a game you beat in 2 weeks. Here's the problem. For about a week and a half or so, gear was relatively attainable, and some of us, like me, got a bunch of gear that is not end game, but it's still very good for when I'm 25. And it will let me do some of the harder level 25 dungeons. But a couple days ago, they turned the gear back off. The chances are extremely reduced. And again, this is alpha. We know this. They're going to experiment on us. They're trying to find this balance between adventurers that need some gear and crafters that need to have demand. Why craft if there's no demand for what you're trying to make? And if it's the best gear, then it should be difficult to make. So this game, this is the exact reason why it's an alpha, so that you have a big population of people to see what's pulling on the economy, right? What are people, paying for items, right? How often are they getting drops? That kind of a thing. But it's pretty painful because somebody like me, I got my gear. Somebody like Terrible hasn't yet. Right? And it's tough. I can tell you this, Terrible. Now I'm a guy that you can't just flip a coin 10 times and if head comes up 7, you can't look at it and go, oh, everything we know about physics is wrong. It's actually 70% to come up heads, not 50-50, right? So I had to run it myself, and I did last night after the change. No, I do not have a level 20 weapon. I have level 20 full gear. I do have a level 20 shield. It's just okay. I have level 20 blues and greens, Rosarium guard, and I have all steel bloom jewelry. 2 of them are blue and not green. So I have, relatively speaking, very good gear. It's not the best. There's plenty of people with better than me, but relatively speaking, I did very well. So here's what I've heard, Terrible. A little birdie. I am not connected to important people in Ashes of Creation. However, I am connected to the people that are connected to important people in Ashes of Creation. So take this as you will, all right? This is a little bit my brother's first cousin's wife's girlfriend's husband's boyfriend told me, you like that? I thought it was funny, that a little birdie told me that Monday or Tuesday morning, gear will be adjusted yet again. So don't give up hope. I don't think it's likely to drop. Yeah, his former roommate, yes. I don't think it's likely to drop until the change. So my suggestion and the guild-wide suggestion is we can't get gear right now. Don't worry about it. Get to 25. Get everybody to 25. Get max level. Focus on that until and the upcoming move until they change the gear. And then whatever they change it, we'll adjust. Right? We have to be flexible with an alpha like this where they're drastically, you would never turn the dials this quickly in a live game. you know, you would make adjustments very, very, very slowly. But they are drastically changing stuff because we're trying to get dialed in, right? And so that's the downside. That is the biggest downside, I think, to alpha. So yeah, I know it sucks. It's not fair. Luckily, a big chunk of our guilds did get geared out. And by the way, even when the gear was good, it was much easier for me to get mine because the gear set that I need, far fewer people use than the gear set that poor Terrible needs. So even when they were dropping, Terrible wasn't getting what he needed. All right, so this is smack dab in the middle on the 45 degree. That's where we put this. Okay. So again, the guild suggestion right now is focus on getting 25. And there are some named bosses that apparently still drop a couple of interesting pieces here and there and everywhere. But really, the order on the ground is get your butt to 25. We'll worry about gear when we know how to get it. And the tanks, luckily, like me and we've got like 4 or 5 that actually got our gear, which the most important person to get your gear in your group is your tank. Heals is second most important, which Terrible is. But if the tank just can't take the hits, if they're dead in 2 hits, it doesn't matter how good your heals are. It doesn't matter how good your DPS is. Your run is over. So luckily our tanks are mostly geared out. So even with little to no gear, we can continue doing things. So that's the good news. Transport. All right, now, next, I'm going to show you guys, if you haven't seen it yet, how to make yourself an elevator that goes for infinity. 196 meters is the maximum without doing this trick. I've got a short already out on this trick. I've done it many times. But if you're happen to watching me now for the first time, this is how you do it. So what you do is you click, left click, then you hit H, which is lock. Then you click it again. And then you hit H and you click it again. And it rebuilds the entire thing 1 meter higher. Now we can get rid of this. And there's our elevator. I made a macro that just clicks left click H, left click H, left click H, over and over and over again, very, very, very fast. And it continually rebuilds the personal elevator 1 meter at a time. And we're going to go all the way up till we can't go up any further. And that is going to be our elevator. And it's been tested. It works. The elevator still works. It's perfectly fine. Here we go. Right back at it. all she wrote. All right, infinity elevator. Crap. I think I made an error. I think I might be 1 meter off. This looks really cool. Thank you. Looks like you're new here, Cosmo Wraith. I am building a cyberpunk city in Satisfactory. This is the 3rd quadrant out of 4 that I'm working on. 2 of them are already done. That's what these are here. Lots of different buildings. There's 2 on the other side of these that you can't really see. There's a build 1. I've got roads and trucks driving on all of these roads. I've got central storage over there. There's my Fixmas factory that looks like Die Hard. There's my power plant. These trucks are actually delivering things. They're actually part of the system. This is kind of the current workshop here, the various things I'm working on. And I'm working on all the exterior of all 4 towers are done here, but I am working on the 3rd out of 4 buildings in one of these towers as well. So what I need to do is see if I messed up the placement of the elevator by looking at one of these towers that's already complete. Not complete. No, I did the same here. So we'll have to do something with, you know, we'll do something with getting it layered back down. But this is what I'm trying to get the other one to look like. I've got the columns in, I've got the vertical buses in, and I've got a setup here for ready to connect these into the big system, and the cosmetic parts are done. I'd love to join the World War Tour, but I'd understand you not trust people. Yeah, there's no way. That's absolutely not ever happening. Not only that, but doing a multiplayer causes issues, right? So casual, what is this? This is not Ashes. Yeah. I know. I play Satisfactory on Saturday nights or Sunday mornings, depending on your time zone, and depending on how long I've been streaming. Technically, for 6 more minutes, it is still Saturday night for me. And then I play Ashes the rest of the time. It's definitely more advanced than anything I've ever built. Well, I'm kind of, I'm messing around. I'm pushing the boundaries a little bit. But yeah, hey DJ, How's it going? But yeah, no, but here's my compromise, Cosmo. So this is my second live streamed playthrough. The first one was a Star Wars mega factories. I built huge Star Wars mega factories. That save file is available on my Discord for everybody. I have it uploaded to a Google Drive. You can download my Star Wars save. It was my update 8 save. And you can look at it for free, for nothing. I have very few benefits for my members of my channel and subs on Twitch. Same thing. A channel member on YouTube, a sub on Twitch, and that includes a Prime sub, any sub. If you connect your Twitch or YouTube or Patreon, by the way, I have a Patreon as well, and you can support me that way. I do upload my current playthrough, the in progress playthrough. Yes, I started this one on the day 1.0 came out. I update my current playthrough every, few saves or so, every few VODs. I upload it to Google Docs for my members. All right, so the current run is members only. When I finish it, I will move it over for anybody to look at. You have a good subscriber model. Oh, by the way, all my blueprints are for everybody. Okay, any blueprint I make, you don't have to be a sub, you don't have to be a member, nothing like that. But I have reserved my playthrough, the current one, for the subs. There's also a couple extra chat channels in the Discord, and I know on Twitch, you guys don't have to look at ads if you're a sub. They don't really have a thing for that on YouTube. But I also have, you got the little, icons and stuff, and the longer you're subscribed, the cooler the icons get, that kind of a thing. Most definitely Sunday morning for me. Yeah. So for you, it's Satisfactory Sundays. But I'm Ashes of Creation the rest of the time. So I'll put you on the raid list. Oh, nice. Let me see. Do you play Satisfactory? Looks like. Yeah, I'll go ahead and give you a follow as well. Okay, great. Yeah, I try to raid into whatever game I'm playing, obviously. So if I'm playing Satisfactory, I'll raid into somebody playing Satisfactory. And then obviously if I'm playing Ashes, that audience is more interested in Ashes of Creation. So I'll raid into somebody that's playing Ashes. But yeah. This is the factory. Oh no. I did mess it up, you guys. It's supposed to go all the way down here. Oh God. We have to redo that. I did mess it up. I forgot. We have to delete this stupid. We have to rebuild it. We can't go down. At least I don't think. Your Variety. I am transitioning from Satisfactory to Variety. I was Satisfactory only and alone for over 2 years. And I've played a couple other games, right? Like I played a few other things here and there, but really like 99% Satisfactory. You know what I mean? But I've been now playing another game that I've been really enjoying, but it is pretty different from this one. But hey, you got to play what you want to play. I'm going to be playing Schedule 1 here sometime soon, and I also am looking forward to playing. I'm going to play Expedition 33 on my channel, probably in December. All right, let's see if can we build it down? No, we got to delete this. Sad day. We got to come all the way from down here, because this same elevator is the one that connects us to this floor. where all the trains bring in the raw materials. See these 2 elevators? I need this one down here. I just messed it up. I forgot. So we got to redo that whole thing, which is a little bit irritating. A little bit of the irritating. But what are you going to do, right? Let's make sure that this is in the right spot still. Batak 799, which power does your world run on? Turbo fuel, nuclear, and how much are you making? My power is running on oh, that's not connected. I had to delete this. 1 second. Let me connect that to that and connect this to that, and now we should be able to look. I'm making 269,000. I will get a perfectly flat line eventually. I'll fiddle at the end, right? It's working very well. I have plenty of overhead, as you can see, and it is all turbo fuel. I'm sorry, rocket fuel. It is all rocket fuel. I am transforming all of the oil in the blue crater to either rocket fuel or plastic and rubber for the city that I'm making. Casual Satisfactory, I love in burst when I got nothing else to play. Ashes is just great if you are into that type of MMO. I think, here's what I think. I honestly think that MMO is too wide of a genre of a word. There are 2 subcategories, and then you can have games that straddle the subcategories. And plenty of streamers have talked about this. But used to stream New World. Yes. Hold on, I'll get back to you. There is the sandbox MMOs, the theme park MMOs, and the ones in the middle. Okay, and again, this is a term that's thrown around a lot. Basically, there's a lot of definitions for it. My favorite is that a theme park makes the content for you to experience. Think World of Warcraft, okay? Questing. The Orgrimmar, right? The cities are designed how they're designed. They're part of the story. The storyline progresses. You get expansions. There are dungeons. Right, there are dungeons that you complete, and that's part of the story. Okay, Tor. Okay, the Old Republic, absolutely theme park. Right, each dungeon is like the story that you take, and you progress your character, and then you become, the Sith Lord, whatever. Right, that is a theme park. It takes you from ride to ride. It's a guided experience. Okay, MMO, World of Warcraft is much more like that. The other end of the spectrum, they don't give you content to experience. They build you systems, and then you make the content within the system. You should do nuclear before you finish the series. I am not going to be doing nuclear. I have plenty of power as it is, and I have a hard time spending a bunch of time on something that I don't actually need to do. If I needed to do nuclear, I would, but I had already committed to doing rocket fuel. I wanted to do rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is far more efficient. And there's a lot of work to do nuclear, and it just doesn't really make sense. I get that it's a challenge, but it's not one that I'm taking on right now for this playthrough. Maybe in a future playthrough, perhaps. Who is gonna knock World of Warcraft off the top king of theme park MMOs? Probably nobody. I don't know. Probably never. Probably World of Warcraft 2. I don't know. Maybe the human race is incapable of, at this moment, making a MMO like World of Warcraft better than World of Warcraft. I don't know. But Ashes of Creation is not a theme park MMO. Ashes of Creation is much more the sandbox. And there are very few successful sandbox MMOs. It is a more niche part of the MMO split. Albion Online is one of them. Well, EVE Online is one as well. And that was certainly popular for many, many, many years. It still is. So Ashes is much more like that. New World was trying to be between both of them a little bit. They were a straddler, right? Arcade, very much a theme park, a sandbox MMO. Star Wars Galaxies, okay, that was my first MMO. That was a sandbox, right? And so there's plenty of other ones out there. I haven't played every MMO. There's plenty of other ones, right? I believe that Ashes of Creation has the potential to be the World of Warcraft. What World of Warcraft is to theme park MMOs, I believe that Ashes of Creation can be for sandbox MMOs. I believe it can be. If the stars align a little bit better with marketing, if they can complete what they think they can complete, even if they can complete 75% of what they said they're going to do, it looks good. It's not cooked yet. It's got to finish cooking. But damn, it looks good, and I'm enjoying playing it a lot because I like those kinds of MMOs, and I like PvP MMOs. And if you're a hardcore crafter, you're gonna love that game. If you're a hardcore PvPer, you're gonna love that game, right? If you're a hardcore quester, you're not. So there you go. There's my little spiel. So as of late, it's been Mecha Break, which I'm taking a break from Borderlands 4, Mafia. We just finished Indiana Jones and the Golden Circle, and I have started High on Life. I streamed the Arkham Collection as well, but you used to stream New World. Yeah. Well, I played a lot of New World. That was one of my games. It isn't one that I streamed. I didn't have a channel at the time. All right, so we got to do this thing again. We gotta run this macro again. This is just left click H over and over again in order to build an infinite elevator. I've made a macro that does it for me, and we're going to use this. Okay. Also, there's another thing that's going to happen tonight. We have to take a very small 5-minute break from Satisfactory because. And you guys can watch it really quickly. I gotta give Ray, who is a moderator on my YouTube, the YouTube side of things, I have a mount for her, and she has a mount for me. We gotta do a back alley deal. So Ray, I'm in New Ayla. I'm standing literally right next to the sheriff. So when you go there to renounce your citizenship, let me know in chat. I'll save this real quick. We'll jump games. We'll do the deal. We'll trade. We'll do our drug deal. I mean, our mount deal right in front of the sheriff. And then I'll hop back into Satisfactory. It won't take 5 minutes, guys. But first, we have to build this infinite elevator. Here we go. The spinning is not necessary. I'm doing it for effect. It's because I have panache. Remember, this is just left click and H. Infinite elevator. Now I do want to delete these and do one more. Yes, elevator confetti. You have to start the training process first. Yeah, you gotta train up. She owes me she's got a tiny little scorpion mount that is the fastest mount in the game. She got one last night for me, and then I picked up through a very secret source a relatively cheap C mount. And so I have one for myself, and so I'm gonna trade her a C mount for a little scorpion go-kart. It's this tiny little scorpion that is super fast that you can ride in the game, and you have to train them in world. So you have to find them and train them, or buy them from somebody who has. And she got her second one. She kept the first one for herself, of course, and then I'm getting number 2. All right, so that's done. That's good. Let's go take a look at the teal version of this building and remind ourselves what our setup is for attaching these. Well, actually, we're gonna have to do a bit of a new setup. That's okay. We're gonna have to do a bit of a new design, but let's go look at what we have already, and we'll adapt it to this other building. Yes, elevator fireworks. Okay, so essentially we just take a left turn right after the blueprint, and we come straight down and across, and then we connect off into and connect to there. So let's go ahead. We're going to be putting in all of that. Now we also have to put in this road system because the trucks are going to enter and exit these roads, come in, drop off, and then exit. Right, and I've got these, these entrances and exits built there and there. So we have to do all that as well, but not yet. We'll do that after we get all of the catwalk stuff done. All right, we have an additional thing to worry about here as well, but let's do one thing at a time. Perfect. All right, nice. Now, how do we deal with this? I think what we do is we come out 2, we come out 1 extra, then we go like this, then we do this. So we can get up to this floor. All right. All right, now for lights. I've got a blueprint for us. Catwalk light. Filter. I don't like the diagonal. I think for the follow. Maybe in the back. Yeah, it works. Yep. That's our setup. Pretty quick. We have quite a few floors to do. We do have some... There's some factory we're going to have to add on to here, right? Not all of our factory fits in these blueprints. We're going to have to build this stuff, non-blueprint jobs. They're going to go in blueprint modules, but we're not going to pre-design them. We're going to put up the empty frame of the blueprint, and then we're going to build what we need inside of that. I probably could have done more planning. There's always more planning to do. I know how I'm going to do it, though. I know how I'm going to deal with this in general, right? In as a general idea. But yeah, that. So really, what we'll do, and maybe I can just. But see, the problem is I don't know how many we need. I can even it up though. Okay, so this one's shorter than that one, so we can put in the blank. We'll do the 2-floor version of the blank. How many of these need some of these do need. What? What's going to be on here? What's going to be up here? This could be anything, right? Yeah. We have a lot of planning to do on that, and I'm not going to do that right now because I want to keep going with what we're working on. But no refinery base. This is one. And you know, I was dumb and I deleted those supporting pillars. And I'm just gonna have to put them back because I forgot that I had to do this. Keep that one and this one open for now. I've got a blueprint for this. Patchwork covers all four sides. Oops. And then we'll do the rest. I just wanted to do this one because so that it matched the other side. So that we could do the catwalks. So this is, we basically have a blank canvas here to build some of the onesie twosie stuff that we needed. Hey, I'm Sky, and why do you need to change the setup and use the stairs here instead of just reaching the second floor with the elevator too? Well, because it would be twice the amount of cross beam catwalks than we had in the other building, because there was no second floor in the other building, right? Each blueprint only had one floor because of the or one floor of catwalk, right? If we look at what's in there, it's this one. There's only one floor of catwalk. See? So that's what's in all of the teal building. This is the first time I have connected with a 2-floor catwalk. And I think I like this setup. For it. That way we have the same number of cross beams, one for each blueprint, not two for each blueprint. Yeah, now you see? Yeah. You know, alternatively, you know, it could be cool. Nah, I won't. But we could do a split, like it comes from the middle, and then one goes down and one goes up. But I think this works. I think this makes sense. So yeah. All right, let's go ahead and knock this out, shall we? Okay, and then we go out 1, turn, and the light, bonus light. Now, what I'll probably do too is incorporate these connections when I know what's going on with these belts. Okay, I got to do catwalks last. These belts and all of that connection will somehow connect this catwalk network to this catwalk network, and so that we can travel via catwalk and elevator all around. I probably wouldn't have enough buttons. That's a good point, actually. I don't know. There is a lot of buttons on there. Interesting. I didn't consider that as a limiter, but it does make sense. Because we also have, don't forget, we also have the floors that we need to do. For the particle accelerators at the very top. But I think these go in relatively quickly. It's kind of nice, kind of fast. Okay. Can the gap in the facade right of the sky bridge be fixed without clipping? Can the gap in the facade right to the right of yeah, I mean we could do this. I mean, it's that or columns, right? And, you know, maybe we don't need to stick anything through this. That's not a terrible solution. Something like that. Something dark side. Something complete. I don't know, something like that. You know what I'll probably do? I'll probably put like big pillars around this to encase it in and get rid of all the things that you know, poke out. I'll probably do something like that. You know, a big frame, something like that. Marvelous trickster. Yeah, that's one word for it. All right, 3 down. Magician is another. Yeah, sure. Those are the positive ones. That's wrong. The wrong button. The wrong button. Cheater is another one. Not today, though. And corner lights, and we can move on to the next one. Oh, one more to go. Nice. Now, I don't know exactly. We'll go look and see what I did over on the other. Well, actually, no, we can't do that. Because we will connect these. Am I going to have to figure out, am I going to have to do this right now? I'm going to have to plan this in order to continue? Damn, I think I might. Let me think for a second. I think I have to. Shoot. I wanted to mostly do cosmetics today. All right, let's do this last one. Let's do this last one, and then we got to plan for a little bit. I mean, it's fine. I just have to mentally get prepared for some actual thinking here. Oh, I forgot to put that one in. Ah. I think I know what we need to do. We have the infrastructure for the planning kind of in place in the Excel sheet. We kind of have what we need. And then we've identified what we need to build in this special way. And we've identified the various places in which we can do them. Which is the top of each column. So we just have to plug in what we need to build into these spaces that can be built and decide what goes where. And then I can build these empty shells so that we can build them in there. Ah, the surrounds. I recognize Kintinue. Surrounds. Sorry. Allergies are really bad. Hey, looks good. Thank you. I don't see a reason to use a -1. No shoddy workmanship in construction that results in death. No Soviet train station here. And no extortion of construction workers like slavery. Use -1. -1 what? Sorry. Okay, planning time. We got work to do. We got to figure out what's going where. Surrounds being satisfactory. More my jam watching you. Oh, versus the ashes of creation. Yeah, I get that, man. I do. You know, long run, I hope that, you know, the majority of my audience enjoys most of my games that I play. But, you know, you're never going to get every game I play is not going to appeal to every viewer I have. You know, and that's okay. It hurts a little bit right now because I'm trying to build up a second game, but in the long run, it's fine. You know, I've only been streaming Ashes for really about 2 weeks. And I have way more viewers on my Ashes live streams than I did when I was 2 weeks into Satisfactory. So, you still lurking Ashes. I'm here for kin first, game second. Well, I appreciate that, man. I really do. But I also can appreciate the fact that you have a favorite. You insinuated one is to use a negative word for you as a builder. Oh, I was more talking about my personality of doing things in a non-standard way. I was talking about more a personality thing than as a building thing. Okay, so here's the problem. Here's our list of jobs, and here's our columns in which to put them. These can all go. They're placed. I made a list here and we placed them over there. And so now these can be disappeared because we're going to need this space. All right, now we don't really have space in the middle column here in column C, and take a look why, right? Column C is significantly higher. We really have spaces in over here. So what is this? This is P1. How many cooling systems? 4. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4. Okay, so 4. So let's do oh, it says 4. Nice. It says 4 right there. So we can fit 4 more. It says 5. We can fit 3 more, right? Because we can get a total of 8. This says 6. We can fit 4 more. This has 8. We can fit 2 more. Okay. Control-Alt-Defeat. Just completed my phase 3 of my first playthrough at 250 hours. I got completely sidetracked on turbo fuel trains. Yeah, well, it's so totally okay to get sidetracked, you know. Good morning. I don't know your time zone. Feel greeted you in your appropriate time. It is technically morning. I live on the west coast of the United States, and it is 12:45 a.m. So it is 45 minutes post midnight. So technically, it is the morning. You hit it. Comma scary. Comma scare. Comma scare. I think Comma scary is a pretty funny name. Control-Alt-Defeat. Yes. Yeah, 10 a.m. there. Here. What are you? The UK time zone? UK, Germany, something like that. Yeah. Let yourself get sidetracked, man. Let yourself get sidetracked in Satisfactory. Do what you love. Because what are we doing here if we can't do that? All right, so what are the jobs that need to be done in P1? That's the first thing that we have to do. Okay, we have to figure out, are these P1 jobs? Or are they P2 jobs? Okay, and P1 and P2 is purple 1 and purple 2. Okay, that's 2 different towers. What tower do these need to exist in? Because why, if I need steel plates only in the blueprints that are in P1, why would I build them in P2? I wouldn't. All right, so that's the first thing we have to do. We have to figure out where these jobs are. Now, some of them will be in both. 945 in Germany. How is everyone switching the S and the I in Comsicary? It is Comsicary. It is. I did do that. I absolutely did do that. Comsicare. Probably Comsicare, huh? I'm in Helsinki time zone right now, but usually an hour earlier because of Germany. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at our plan. Let's do steel plates first. All right, where's our steel plates? Steel pipe. Molded beam. It's a coated iron plate. I have a poor note. steel pipes and steel ingot. It's probably this. It's probably iron plate from steel. It's got to be this. This goes here to the reinforced iron plate. Are we making that in the... Who needs the iron plate? The heavy modular frames. The reinforced iron plates get made in the manufacturer. And then smart plating. Oops. We're making smart plates down here too. Just making our smart plates. Our smart plates are part of modular engines. So we need iron plate for that. So we need iron plate where the modular engines are, which is in P1, and we need iron plate where the heavy modular frames are. We need 101.33 in P2, and we need 30 in P1. Okay. And it's really iron plates. I need to rename this. This is iron plates. Okay, fused modular frames. I'm gonna get faster at this. So I didn't design my factory building for the factory that will produce my phase 4 stuff, since I have challenged myself to not just do giant platform to finish this playthrough. Just too bad that I suck at designing. Therefore, the logical choice was to procrastinate 4 days by building a worldwide train grid. It was a lot of fun though. No, yeah, I like it. I like the worldwide train grid. I did that, of course, in my Update 8 playthrough. Okay, fused modular frames. Do I mean this? That's 2 that have been mislabeled. This is the only place I'm making modular frames. These are the modular frames for... Oh, I started kind of chopping them up. I was realizing the future problem I was going to have. So these are modular frames. Is fused modular frames a recipe? Oh, no. It's not modular frames. I thought it was an alternative recipe for modular frames. I'm such a dummy. No, it's the dang fused modular frames. That's its own thing. I don't know what I am smoking tonight. It's right here. All right, so we need aluminum casing, nitrogen gas, and heavy modular frames. So let's move the aluminum casing from factory to factory through the sky bridges. So we're going to put fuse modular frames in the same place as, well, wait a second. Turbo motors. Let's see, we need cooling systems. Turbo motors are here. Modular engines are here. Okay. All of this needs to be in P1, which means that we just have to move the modular frames in. All right, so we're gonna build the fuse modular frame. The pressure conversion cube, the thermal propulsion rocket, and the turbo motor all in P1. Nuclear pasta happens we've already set those. Happens in all 4 buildings. All right, it's all P1. Now let's get the amounts in. Okay, fuse modular frames. How many are we making? 14. Pressure conversion cube. 10. Turbo motors. 4. The motors for turbo motors. 16. And thermal propulsion rockets. 4. All that's in P1. Okay. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep on keeping on. Future you will thank you. Yeah, for the map wide rail network. Yeah. After starting 7 times, you finally got something you're happy with? Good. That's what you got to do. Okay. Let's keep going. Supercomputers. Adaptive control unit. Where are we making those? That's in P2. But we'll have cooling systems and radio control units here. We definitely make the supercomputers in P1. And we probably also make the assembly director systems in P1. It doesn't matter. We'll either send supercomputers to P2 or we have to send adaptive control units to P1. I'm talking about 2 different buildings here. Either way, it doesn't matter. This one can be either. So assembly director system can be either or. But supercomputers, how many we make? 2.5 and then 2.5. So 2.5 and then 2.5 either. All right, we'll do a little bit of this gives us a little bit of room to balance. That's not how you spell either. I don't know. I don't care. Okay, next. Magnetic field generators. The electromagnetic control rods. Okay. Where's the quick wire being made? Versatile framework. The concrete is being made in P2. I think our versatile framework set has to all be made in P2. Yeah, it's kind of the steel stuff. I mean, if you look, the concrete, the steel, heavy modular frames, that is mostly being made in P2. That makes a lot of sense. Yes. So the versatile frameworks. And then 5 modular frames. Steel beams for flexible framework. 30. Electromagnetic control rod. Automated wiring. That's all there. We're sending all our Caterium to P2. This is all P2 stuff. All AI limiters. All right, how many electromagnetic control rods? This is working. 4. All AI limiters. Where are you, AI limiters? Where are you being sent? You're being sent to the electromagnetic control rods, easy peasy. And then where are you being sent? The insulated crystal oscillators to the radio control system. All right, we're gonna have to ship some AI limiters over. We could split them. We could do half. What if we do half and half? We do that. Four in P2 and 11 in P1. That works. 4 in P2 and 11 in P1. Okay, cool. Turbo motors. I had turbo motors in there twice. Magnetic field generators. Easy. That's P2, 4. All right, now we're making a lot more in P1 than we really are in P2. Who's got more room? 5 or 6, 4, 4, 5. 2 and 7 is 9. P1 has more room. All right, let's put it in P1. Okay, here's our boys. You kept getting sidetracked by pedals on your way to New Ayla. 30 minutes starts. Timer starts now. Yeah, in 30 minutes, I got to run to my other game just really quickly. I'm going to meet Ray. We're going to trade some animals, back alley deal, and then I'll hop right back to Satisfactory. Okay, it's just a quick little jaunt, and I'll show you a couple of my animals that I ride while I'm there. But It'll be 5 minutes and we'll be back to this. Okay, I think this works. All right, what is the run here? Iron plates. To reinforced iron plate. Adhered iron plate. All right, let's build it out first here. How many reinforced iron plate? For the modular frames. No, it's here. Just 10. Plastic smart plate for the... Even with this many nodes, it's hard to keep it straight. Right here. Oh, we just need the 30 because we're doing the adhered in here. Okay. Just need the 30 iron plate. That's all we need. And we're doing coated iron plate. Just one. Look at that. One machine. That's all we need. Okay. Okay. Where do the AI limiters go? The AI limiters go into these ones. Right there. So he goes up here. Getting here. We're getting there. I'm gonna get there. Okay, how many AI limiters? 11. And I think we have to do the whole tree to get there. Yeah, we're taking in raw Kintinue ore. So we got to do the whole tree to get there. Just one assembler. So we just need 11. We just need 11. Regular or plastic? Paper or plastic? Plastic. Okay, we need 2. We'll go 5.5. Plastic we're going to bring in. The quick wire we are not. Let's turn these around. All right, how much quick wire do we need? 82.5 times 2. 165. Don't add stupid stuff, Kin, to this. No half nudges. How are we getting the quick wire? Straight up regular quick wire and Kintinue ingot smelter. You get 60. And how many do we need? 165. 3. Dogs. What if we overclock to 15? 1.33? No. 1.125. That'll give us 75. That only gives us 150. What do we need? We need 165. All right, let's do it backwards. 65 divided by 2 is 82.5. So let's do 82.5 here. copy, paste, and we need 16.5 there. Can we do triple? I think for the follow. I do need to stretch. 2 in the weeds. Guys are off by 1. Okay, so how much total we need? 16.5 times 2 divided by 3, 11 in each one. How do we make? We make 15, cut it down to 11. Copy, paste, paste. Okay. And we do something like this. There we go. That'll work. You go in here. Go in there. Then there's your plastic. There. Okay, merger here. Which one's going down? This one. Oh, I put it right where the plastic is. All right, I gotta move the plastic. And actually, we can't do this because we're gonna put this on it. Try to sit up here. There we go. And I missed. Okay. All right. All right, let's make a sign. So we don't have to remember it right now. And we can move on to the next one. This is cat ore. This is plastic. All right. And the AI limiters are in and done. Actually, I mean, I still have to like run power and stuff, but I don't have to think about them. Those are done. The pressure conversion cubes. And the fused modular frames go together. They need aluminum casing. And the heavy modular frames that we bring in. And they need nitrogen gas brought up, which sucks. And the radio control units. Aluminum casing, radio control units. So we could snip out the radio control units and the aluminum casing. Instead of sending them down and then all the way back up. The aluminum casing is right here. The radio control units are right there. Why don't we stack them right on top? We can chop out a splitter right here. And then the aluminum casing, we can chop out. How much aluminum casing is it? It's probably not very much. $700. It's the whole. It's half. How much does each blueprint make? I mean, we take it out this outside one. It'll work. I don't know if I want to do this. I kind of do, though. Can we just fit it here? How many? Wait. I'm off. It's up here. There's the aluminum. No. Hold on. What's up? Could have sworn somebody came into my room and turned the light on. Apparently I'm going crazy. I'm also getting bogged down from where what I was trying to do tonight. Why don't we build it here? This is a better spot, but all right, we'll build it here. Use modular frames, pressure conversion cubes. Okay, there's a lot. Assemblers and blenders. I may change my mind about this and make a blueprint. Nine blenders. My house is haunted. Yeah. Only when my mother-in-law's over. I'm just joking. She's a very nice lady. Now. Can I fit 5? Can't fit 5 of the other things. Can I have to be 2? It's gonna have to be 2 and 2. Why didn't I make a blueprint? Need 5 of them. 1, 2, 3. Remember 3. You can fit them over there. You can fit them here. 1, 2, 3. I mean, no matter what, we can't fit all 5. So what, I have to overclock? I have to overclock to 3. 1, 2, 3. I mean, at least I know. I mean, we're gonna have to do it. We can do it. This isn't what I expected to do today, but it's what needs to get done. Surplus Lover, you can't wait to be retired? How old are you, Surplus Lover 69? With a name like Surplus Lover 69, I have a feeling you're not that close to retirement. I don't know, though. Still really far. Sounds like you're too young to be thinking about retirement, my man. If you want to be retired, you're going to have to figure out how to get yourself wealthy. You want to be jobless, but your parents don't? If you answer any of the sentences like what your parents do and don't want for you, then you're not ready to be retired. Here's a little secret. Surplus 60 Lover 69. We all want to be jobless. Every single person in the world wants to be jobless. A job. They want to do. Now, some people have managed to find what they love doing and get paid for it. Okay, but if we're talking about a job, okay, something that is not your passion, we all want to be jobless. So I hate to tell you this, but you're gonna have to get a job like everybody else. Your parents are probably right. I mean, if I was your parent, I would also tell you to get a job. Okay, I got to stay in my parents' house for free as long as I was going to school. The second I was done going to school, I had 1 year to find a job. Luckily, I was able to do so. But after that 1 year, I would have had to start paying rent. I think that's extremely generous. And I took 6 years to graduate college. So at 24, 25, when I was out looking for a job, during the Great Recession, mind you, a way worse economy than we have right now. Okay, because I graduated high school in 02. I was graduating college in 08. Literally the worst time to get a job for somebody fresh out of college, because every place that was hiring were hiring people with 5, 7, 10 years of experience that have recently been fired in my profession, which is an economics degree. Okay, but I found a way. I started doing real estate. I got connected with, hey Bruno, VOD 15, you got a long way to go, bro. So, I mean, I hate to tell you this, man, but you got to get a job. Welcome to life. And why is it your parents' responsibility to pay for you? Well, I mean, are you still in school? I mean, if you're still in school, right, I'd give you, right, a little bit more flexibility. I had to work while I was in school. My parents didn't require me to pay rent, but I still had to work while I was going to college. Okay. I worked, and that's how I paid my bills. My parents had no money for me. I ate in their house. Okay. So I got food, but they didn't pay my cell phone. They didn't pay my gas. They didn't buy me a car. Okay. I had to get that stuff. Right. You're making progress. Nice, Bruno. So there's a balance, right? I got a job while I was studying too. Like I said, I didn't have to pay rent, so I didn't have to work a lot. I worked probably 20 hours a week while I was going to school. I was also a coach, which really didn't pay very much. So they allowed me to do that as well. Yeah, I mean, if you're still going to college, right, that's a little bit different story. Okay, so we only have room for 3 of these. How many do we need to make? I mean, 6 total. We need to make 10, and we have 6 to do it. Wait a second. It's these guys. Again, we need to make. Ooh. Should we just make them all and overflow them? No, we'll make these. Damn it. There's so many moving parts to this. We'll just make the 10. Use modular frames in a blender. One and a half. We have 6. What's 10 divided by 1.5? divided by 6. All right, everybody gets 0.11. Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay. Time for pet exchange. Sorry, I missed it. Okay, I'm logging in. All right, so what we're doing right now, we're coming right back to Satisfactory. Okay, we're not playing another game. I just have to do a task. Sorry, I'm in the 126.5. So we're jumping over to the other game that I play, Ashes of Creation. I just got to do a quick back alley deal with Ray real fast. I'll show you the mounts real quick, and we're jumping back. We'll reload cyberpunk theme VOD 126.5. Okay, so exiting to desktop. And we're gonna kick up the old boy. Two years of high school, but super mega hard. So you're like 16. So you're doing 4 years instead of 2. Is that what you're saying? All right, so again, we're just stopping by. We're doing something really quickly, and then we're gonna jump back over, okay? We're just doing a trade. I'm giving Ray I think it's a walrus. Minikin and I were arguing back and forth whether this was a manatee or a walrus. I'm gonna go ahead and that's not what I said. Can read everything. I did. Yeah, still in school. I'm doing a prepa. I don't know what the equivalent in the USA is. It's basically 2 years of high school, but super mega hard. High school's 4 years that you need to do for most schools to accept you. That's what by the way, Bruno, I'm doing VODs much more slowly now, so. I did read everything you said, man. All right, here we go. Here's the back alley deal is not so back alley. So she's getting a shoal skipper, and I'm getting a scorpion broodling. So shoal skipper and broodling. Let's take you guys off my bar. You guys are old news. Broodling. And my shoal skipper. Obviously, these are much faster in the water. I'm pretty sure this is a walrus. You said after, okay. It's basically 2 years of high school, not after high school. All I did was read what you said, man. There is our walrus. Walry. They're very fast in the water, but very slow on land. Check this out. What's Control X, Alt X, Shift X? What's the button for? I can't remember which one it is. The mount thing. All right, so there was that guy, and this is my new one. Oh my gosh, I waited for this one for a long time. It looks very silly, but it's extremely fast. This thing is wicked fast. It's the fastest ground mount in the game. And we call it the go-kart. It has an extremely low drop rate, and Ray and I were working together to get these. And she got one last night. And I got the shoal skipper. I got 2 shoal skippers. And then when you actually like sprint with this thing, this is so fast in this game. It's so fast. Here for reference, this is what I have been riding. Okay, I was riding this bear. Where's the bear? I mean, still fast, and the sprint is fine, right? Like, it's pretty good. But it ain't no broodling. It's so fast. The broodling is 165% of ground speed. The bear is 140. So, all right, the back alley deal is done. Goofy mount. Which one? Well, this one doesn't look goofy in the water. This other one's a water mount. You're not supposed to use it on the land. But yeah, this one's super fast in the water. It's 230 water speed, and it allows for underwater breathing. Hours, also a gift from me. Well, true. Like I said, the shoal skipper too, I picked up 2 of them for. There's Oki Sooner. There he is. All right, we are out of here. Back to Satisfactory. I made promises. So you've already graduated high school, and you're prepping for college. Is that what it is? No, after high school in France, you can do prepa, which is kind of like high school and college mixed together. It's 2 years after high school from a future job. You need to do that for college. Yeah, we call that junior college. Here, let's see. What is the equivalence of prepa in the US for schooling? No. No, I don't know. It doesn't like prepa. It doesn't like that at all. But it sounds to me like, it doesn't even like that, that term. But it sounds to me like junior college. Yeah, junior college is, in the US is you can do the first 2 years of college as junior college. All right, that's fine. Let's try that. It's an undergraduate program. It's just regular college, man. So it's your undergraduate program, and then so that you can go so you can be a grad student. Yeah, it is a regular college program at a really nice school. It's a specialized undergraduate program. That you can get a master's degree for. Yeah. Okay, so it's a master's degree, so it's like 6 years of college crammed into 2. But it's your college. Okay, it's not an undergraduate but intensive preparation, specialized, which awards a master's level degree. Well, it sounds like it's 6 years of college crammed into 2. That's what it sounds like. Because we do 4 years of undergraduate and then usually 2 years for a master's degree on top of the 4 before you can even get into the graduate stuff. And it looks like Ivy League universities and lead institutions. The rigor and high academic expectations are more closely paralleled by the workload of America's top universities. Yeah, that makes sense. So the hardest schools to get in the United States. These schools demand it's like a master's degree or a Bachelor of Science at the best schools in the U.S. AP and IB programs in high school are designed for more, while not as focused as intense, they represent the American system's main pathway. I did all this stuff too. I did a bunch of AP stuff. My school that I went to doesn't have an IB program because this IB program right here, my entire school is the IB program. Like the high school I went to and the high school that Minikin goes to. So everybody is on track to college at the high school we go to. So there isn't an IB separate, but there is advanced placement. So I took a bunch of AP classes. So this is like prep for the college level in high school. You basically you're basically taking college classes in high school, essentially. In France, it's addition to college. It basically allows you to go to a school, something you need to go to certain schools for certain careers. Yeah, well, we have there's specialized stuff too. I am not necessarily a fan of like this general stuff that most people think of when they think of college, like college in America. I don't know. There's a lot of degrees that don't have exactly jobs waiting for you at the end of them. You hated AP classes in high school? Yeah, my daughter is in 3 honors classes and 1 AP class, I think. No, she's in 2 APs and 2 honors as a sophomore. So she's taking college classes. Minikin's taking 2 college classes as a... in France, you don't get a master's degree. Well, I understand. I'm saying it's like the equivalent. I'm sure it's a bit different, right? I'm sure, right? I'm sure. The other thing is too, there's a lot more colleges in the United States, but there's way the hell more people, right? So the equivalence is not going to really line up very well. Plus you have different states that have different programs and different, requirements. And so even in the United States, they don't even translate within our own country because we're 50 different states, right? Now the Ivy Leagues, right? The top like 10, right? Your Stanfords, your Harvards, MITs and, stuff like that. Brown and all of those, right? Those have like the top standards to get into, and so a lot of the best high schools like send you in that direction, right? Like I knew 3 people that went to Stanford in my graduating class, like I was friends with, you know. So it just depends on, you know, public education and private education in the United States is way more varied and has highs and lows much more than most people think, because the states are more varied, right? And even within the same, I mean, the next school over from where I live is not nearly as good, and they're in the same school district. So it's very wild, very varied is what I meant to say. What's sad though is that you can go to a trade school and do just as good in life as someone that goes to a high-end college. Absolutely. I don't think that's sad at all. I don't think that's sad. Crush them. I think that's great, right? Because it means that if you go to a trade school, trade schools are a lot more accessible, right? I mean, how many hundreds of people, it's not very many, get admitted in an entire nation of population of 18-year-olds get admitted into the Ivy League freshman class of the Ivy League schools? Not very many, right? It's amazingly good that you can get into a trade school and do just as good as life as someone who goes to a high-end college. I think that's great. And we need people to do stuff. We need things fixed. We need people to build things. We need people to fix things, right? For life to go on. So I think that's a great thing. Do we really need more lawyers? Now, we do need more doctors. But, you know, do we need more lawyers and politicians? Probably not. We don't need any more Ivy League schools, I can tell you that. But we need more trade schools. Okay. I totally lost my train of thought. Okay. Now, fused modular frames goes in an assembler. How many can we make? 4. And no, pressure conversion cube. God. These need to be turned around, dang it. Anyway, yeah, man, that sounds intense, and good luck with it. All right, and so these parts go in. These guys are going to come down. These get turned around. Go like this. You can definitely fit 4 of them. All right, so we have to make 10. We have 3 blueprints to do it with. Each blueprint can have 4. Not a supercomputer. All right, so we need 10. We have 3 blueprints to do it with. So we need to make 3 1/3 out of each of these. All we have to do is underclock one of these to 33%. All right. So let's check our math. All right. So how many do we need here? Are they a 1-to-1? Yeah, they're a 1-to-1. So if we add these together, that one and that one, is it 3 1/3? What's 1.66667 times 2? I think I know the answer. Three and a third. So we're good. So this is our setup. We have to actually fully design this out, though. Yeah, but what I'm meaning, though, is someone pays $100,000 for a high-end college, probably more than that, and trade is half the price or less, depending on what you're doing. Yeah, but they're, you know what? But they're paying for the fact that they can say they went to Stanford. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for the fact to say that you have a degree, right? There's value in that. There's some value in that. It depends. So a lot of people group college degrees kind of together. I never have, right? I think there are college degrees that have a very high, if not guaranteed, chance of paying for themselves very quickly. Well, you don't see value in that, but other people do. Right? Doctors, engineers, okay? Nurses, computer science, although, you know, maybe not with AI, but probably still, even still today, probably. What else? Business, accounting, finance. Okay. All of these things require degrees in order to progress. Economics, it's a little general. Okay. That's the degree I have. A little tougher to get a job, but it's still more than paid for itself. Oh, an ad. I went to public high school. Average American. You're poor. I'm not sure what you're saying there. Most Americans don't go to private school. Here, let's see. What percentage of American high school students are in private schools? Less than 10%. So 9 out of 10 kids go to public school. And not 9 out of 10 kids are poor. By definition, I mean, you know. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you're saying there, Surplus. Hey, Banana, how's it going? Comsecare, why did I start to build a circular factory? I hate myself. It is a pain. There are so many little things that you don't quite line up. Yeah, well, I'm building one myself. Yeah, again, even middle and some upper class kids go to public school. Yeah. So again, I mean, you're falling into the trap, okay? That basically every European that comes into my chat says. They heard American schools suck. You guys are stupid. You guys have terrible schools. Okay. Now, on average, are our schools worse than the schools in France? Maybe. You have a tiny country. Okay. So maybe, right? We have swaths of the United States that are much poorer than others. We have different rules, different standards across different states. School in Alaska is not and should not be the same as school in New York, and that shouldn't be the same in school in California, right? Why do you need to learn the same things in Alaska that you need to learn in New York? You don't. Okay, so the point is that education is very widely varied. Okay. And again, the school that I was supposed to go to, the public school that I was supposed to go to where I lived when I grew up, is not a good school. It's just not. One school over, literally bordering it, an absolutely amazingly great school. Now, is it the top 10 in California? No, but it's a very good school. Okay, the percentage of kids that go to college, 4-year college, and gets degrees out of the high school I went to, extremely high. Okay, and one school over, right? So we had to be active. My parents were active. They made sure that I went to the better school, just like I did, and I moved so that my daughter, Minikin, could go to the same school I went to. She's going to the better school. She has better classes. Okay, it's much more likely that she'll have success when she goes to college. They're both public schools, right? So don't fall into the same trap that every single European does and says things like, Americans are dumb because public schools are bad in America. I heard it on the news. Americans are dumb because they don't use the metric system and it's way better, right? There was another one. I can't remember what I was going to say, right? But there's a bunch of them. There's a ton of them. Don't fall into that trap, because I think the vast majority of Europeans have no idea how crazily huge the United States is in geography, how varied the population is, how varied the culture is. I'm generalizing too when I say that. Like, I get the irony, right? But it's bigger than you probably think it is, right? It's more varied than you probably think it is, right? Just generalizations on America doesn't work. They don't. We're really 50 countries. Okay? You have to think of it that way. Problem one is listening to the news. Maybe. Yeah, a soundbite that you've heard does nothing to explain the complexity and varied nature of the United States of America. That's all I'm saying. I haven't been to every state, and and a lot of the ones that I've been to, I've just driven through. Okay, I've been to maybe half, maybe a little over half, but most of those I've just driven through. I didn't even stay the night. Yeah, Decimore, you have a question? You guys wouldn't mind helping out with a load balancing question? Absolutely, hit me. I can do a load balancing answer. Texas is bigger than France, correct. And what about the population and the GDP? Okay, let's do Texas versus France, population and GDP. All right, half the population, but just under look at the GDP per person. Texas had a 2023 nominal GDP per capita of $85,000, while France's nominal GDP per capita is $43,000. That's one state. Now, it's a big state, right? It's a big state. It's a rich state. Okay, it's a big boy. But it's not the most populous. California is the most populous. How about this? Texas versus France versus California versus New York. GDP per capita. California's 99 to 104. Texas, we already saw 86. New York is the highest at 115. Texas has oil and cows. You can't compare like that. It's true. That's the point I'm making, Ronan. That is entirely the point that I'm making. You can't compare it like that. I agree. And California has some of the best ground to grow food in the entire United States, and there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it, right? Plus there's Hollywood. Plus there's all the tech, right? New York has all the financial stuff, right? So that's the entire point that I'm making. It's extremely difficult to lump America, right? Good night, Ray. Wheat is one thing that is good to grow there. There's many things that are good to grow here. I have a question. Okay, 4 foundries, 100% making 45 units per minute. Everything in Texas is bigger. 4 constructors making 2 steel beams and 2 making steel pipes. Total consumption, 180 units per minute. Okay. All I'm saying is be very, very careful of making generalized statements about America. What you're saying is quite possibly true in certain parts, in certain states, in certain situations, but what you're saying is probably not true in many others. That's the only point I'm making. Wait, chat does Banana for Scale. I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, but I can't I don't really show chat I show Twitch chat on Twitch, but I don't show Twitch on YouTube, or YouTube on YouTube, or YouTube on Twitch. Are we on the America versus Europe train again? No, we're getting off that train. And besides, we don't have trains in America. I've been told by Europeans we don't have them. Yeah, I still have constructors idles while the other belts are backing up. So Decimor, it's probably, why don't you send me a picture? Total consumption 180. So 45. Yeah, you probably have a constricting belt. I don't think you really need to load balance that. What belts are you using? Are you using Mark IIs? Are you using Mark II belts? Yeah, that's your problem, man. You're trying to put 180 in a belt that only can carry 120. A Mark II can only carry 120, but you're making 180. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to take 2 belts out of the foundries. Okay, you've got 4 belts going to the constructors. Okay. How many constructors? Oh, we've got 6. Oh, 2 steel beams. Okay. Well, you could do a 4x4 balancer. Or you could just, this is what I would do. I wouldn't even do that. So let's break it. Let's cut everything in half. We'll cut everything in half. You're doing a steel beam and you're doing a steel pipe, right? So 30 and 60, 90. Easy, right? And you just need to do and then 2 foundries, right? I mean, I think this is probably pretty easy. Yeah, this is easy. Okay, all you need to do is do a merger. And you're just going to do this twice. I didn't leave enough space. Damn it, what is going on? There. And then a splitter. Okay. This is all you're going to do. Now, and these are Mark II. Does this make sense? And just do this twice. Okay, so you got 45, you got 45. They're adding up. There's 90 on this belt. Okay, and then you don't need to do load balancing. You don't need to do any of that. Just do this, because this is 60 and this is 30, and that's you know, I wouldn't do any of that complicated stuff. By the way, three-way was blocked, just so that you know. Twitch doesn't like us talking about sexual things. Do this twice. Do this again, right? I mean, this is your setup. There, you're done. Okay, you can merge these two. At the pipe and the pipe. All right, and then you can merge these two. Oh, it doesn't like the room. I like this. You know, something like this. There you go. There's your steel pipe. There's your steel beams. You're done. This is what I would do. Secure. As a European myself, I always find it funny that many Europeans refer to US as one country with no idea the scale. For topics like this, I like to compare European countries to states, which is probably still not quite accurate. I still do enjoy being paid to do my business school instead of paying myself. That makes so much more sense. You were way overcomplicating it? Yeah, just chop it out. Chop it out into pieces. Chop it out into easy pieces. Now, there is a 4x4 balancer. Okay, this could be done with a balancer, right? 4 go in, 4 come out, and whatever gets used the most, right? And it backs up, and you could do that, okay? But I don't think it's necessary. Chop it into little pieces. Well, I went to a state school. Okay, I didn't go to an Ivy League. I didn't go to a private school, right? There are private schools, and then there are colleges that are subsidized by state funding. I went to college for free. I earned a bunch of now, can you do that today? I don't know. Can you do what I did today? I don't know. Maybe you can't. But I got enough scholarships. I got enough funding assistance. I got enough grants. And I did not pay for tuition for the first 4 years. I took too long to get my degree, and I lost a couple of the grants for 4 years only. The last 2 years to finish up, because I took too long, I had to pay out of pocket a little bit, but it wasn't very much. The biggest problem is the cost, not how you pay. Hey, Banana for Scale Official. Yeah. The topic of the cost of colleges in the United States is probably something that I'm not prepared to talk about adequately, but it's a lot more complex than I do enjoy being paid to do my business school instead of paying yourself. There's a lot more going on than that. Like any of these topics, right? We can't really talk about the stuff we talk about, but we try. We have trains, but passenger travel is very poor on the West Coast compared to, say, France. I know, full of Leathens. I was kidding. Trains are functional for passengers on the East Coast and okay between Washington and Oregon. Yeah, well, that's because the population centers are a lot closer to each other. There are people that regularly, I mean, I live in Sacramento. I live around Sacramento. There are people that regularly take the train from San Francisco to Sacramento. Like regularly, especially post-COVID, because a lot of people moved out here because they couldn't afford to live in San Francisco. And they take the train in, they go into work a couple of days a week. Tons of people. Because those are two separate population centers that are relatively close. But Sacramento is significantly smaller than San Francisco, and it's about a 2-hour drive. So versus you have that corridor of on the East Coast of New York, Boston, Washington D.C., and New Jersey, right? All through there, right? Way more population in a way tighter group, and it makes a lot more sense to put in the infrastructure for trains. Anybody that thinks that there should be a train network across the United States for passengers needs to drive through the Midwest and then get back to me on that opinion. I was more so talking about the very unique system in Germany with the German Ausbildung, in which you are actually employed in a company and the school at the same time as an employee. Well, we have that too, actually. There are internships that you can get in the United States that pay you to go to school. They're rare, right? They're probably more rare than what you're talking about, but that does exist here. And it probably was more prevalent, 20 years ago than it is now. But that does exist. Okay. Decimore, I'm glad that I was able to help you. Yeah, break it down into pieces. That was actually a nice and easy one, because the numbers worked out so beautifully. This, however, on the other hand, is a bit of a mess, as you can see. Okay. We have to actually build this out. Again, not what I was planning on doing today. Yet, we are where we are. Missed. Okay. Grinding out the early game in the Dune Desert for the first time. Any tips? Ooh, tough. The biggest thing that I would say is you're gonna have a problem with your keeping your biofuel rolling. You need to quickly get it to where you can stop relying on leaves and branches. There are some leaves and branches around here, but they're pretty sparse. You need to, as quick as you can, get to the point where you can turn biomass from alien protein. You need to get this. Okay, look at that. 1 alien protein gives you 100 biomass. Go out, kill the aliens, and power your biomass through alien protein, not through wood and leaves. It sucks. Okay? Hog protein, 1-to-1. All right, get your biomass off of leaves and wood as fast as you can. Start using it. Now, everybody's going to tell you, you have to use your alien protein for DNA capsules. You have to do it to get tickets. You don't have to. You do some. You don't have to do it all. Also, I would also suggest very, very quickly going out and getting some summer sloops and unlocking that, because you can double up. Summer sloops early game, insanely good. Crazy good. Okay? Let me give you an example. Okay? How about 3 summer sloops? 1, 2, 3. Hogs. 1 hog. Okay, you put a summer sloop in here, you're gonna get 2 alien protein. Okay, now you got 2 alien protein. You put 2 alien protein in here, you put a summer sloop in, you're gonna get 400 biomass. Solid biofuel. Okay, you got 400 biomass. Okay, what's 400 divided by 8? 50. 50 times 4. 200. Plus you summer sloop that one, and you multiply it by 2 more. 400 biomass. You kill 1 hog. If you can find yourself 3 summer sloops and unlock it, because you'll need a couple more to do the unlock. 1 alien protein will give you 400 solid biofuel. Because you're not doubling it. You're 2 to the power of 3ing it. By the way, when the time comes, this is also how to make yourself liquid biofuel. Because you can summer sloop that too. Okay, with like 10 hog protein, you can make yourself more packaged liquid biofuel for your rocket pack than you will use the rest of the game. With like 10 hogs. That's 5 summer sloops. You'd also rush coal? Oh, absolutely. And then rush coal. Everything that I said, and then also rush coal. But yeah, I would alien protein, and yes, get as much DNA capsules as you can to get some quick tickets. My personal favorite, and I don't hear a lot of people talking about it for tickets. I love making a crap ton of AI limiters, because this is really cheap. Okay, you get a lot of quick wire with the recipe. Okay, and AI limiters give you a decent amount of points. And the problem with alien protein for DNA capsules, and that's good, right? It's fine, and it's on a separate counter, right? Is that you have to keep hunting aliens to increase your counter of your tickets. If you can set up some AI limiters, then it's an automatic ticket cruncher for you. Yeah, you're quite literally stockpiling resources for your UHS coal plant. Yeah, I would get a couple summer sloops and definitely alien protein it up. Yeah, but yeah, California alone is bigger than a lot of countries, a lot of transportation challenges. Yeah, the other thing with California too is that the mountains in it are a lot bigger than people realize. And that causes major transportation issues. There's also straight up desert, like crazy desert in California. And there's also wilderness, like actual wilderness in California, in the mountains, right? And in the foothill area. And so, that transportation challenges are big there. And the population is spread out in like chunks across the state. My game plan usually is to rust coal for stable and automated power, and then I just temporary factories to get trains in Mark 5, because without Mark 5 and trains, I cannot and will not build anything permanent. I can understand that, man. I do something very similar. I probably build a little bit more permanent than you at Mark 4, but I'm planning, but I rebuild everything eventually. So in a way, I think we play basically the same. The only time you've been to California was in Grand Theft Auto 5? Yeah, it shows, my friend. I'm just kidding. All right, let's figure this out. Let's get the power in here. No, it's all good. And by the way, I mean, I would think of it this way. Are there stereotypes that Americans think of Europeans that irritate you if you're a European? Right? I'm sure that, of course there are. Are they kind of true? Like, if you ask yourself deep down, are these kind of true? They probably are kind of true. But are they always true in all instances? No. Right? Because those things usually aren't. It's the same thing in the United States. It's exactly the same thing. Right? And a lot of this transportation stuff and school stuff, in my mind, falls in that kind of realm, you know? And I think the biggest problem there is because there just is like, I can say something is big. You know, I can say driving across the Midwest is like, but you don't know. You know, and there are tons of videos out there that talk about this kind of thing, but like, it's hard, because the perspective is just not there, right? Now, I've been to Germany. I have. I spent a week there. Does that mean I know everything about Germany? No, of course not. Plus, it was 20 years ago. At least I've been there. At least I've been there. Right? I've walked. I went to Munich. I flew into Frankfurt. Spent probably not a full week. I think it was 3 days in Munich, and then we went to Ottobrunn for a day or 2 days, something like that. I went to Munich, I went to Vienna, I went to Prague and Budapest. I was doing a tour with an adult choir. For some reason, many Europeans think that that Americans think of the EU like the US, aka not individual countries, but more like the states. Don't know why they think that is, even if it's true. I will sometimes do that in an argument sense, right? I'll say like, it is closer. There is a comparison there sometimes, but I don't think of it that way at all, right? And it's easy because that's how you count GDP, right? I mean, you guys have different armies. You guys have, at least you have the same currency. I think it's the currency. You just got hit with the biggest ad break in my life, bro. Dude, it's supposed to be 3 minutes. It's supposed to be 3 minutes an hour. I don't care as long as they don't try to speak French because it hurts your ears. Imagine how we think when people try to speak English. It hurts our ears. You know, like the English. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I appreciate many English accents. They're very cool. Except for Cockney. Nobody likes you. Liverpool, good to go. And it always annoys me that many Europeans think the US is 90% homeschooled rednecks. Let me ask you a question, Comsicare. Would you consider me a redneck? And it's okay. I will not. Redneck has many connotations. And I won't take offense if you were to say yes. I do have a college degree. It's not a great one, economics. I went to a state school. I went to California State University, Sacramento. It's good. It's fine. It's middle of the road. You know, it's fine. I make enough money to support my wife. She has not had to work a day in her life. I work very hard. I've got 5 kids. I know at least enough math and engineering to do stupid stuff like this. There's a reason I'm asking, right? Give your perspective, not by a long shot. Well, I was homeschooled. I was homeschooled until I went to high school. My first year of school was 9th grade. All right, these are done. My point in that is that you know, things aren't always necessarily what they might seem. That's off, and it irritates me, and it's not going to work. Dang it! All the more reason to be wary. But yes, I was homeschooled until, and by the way, my wife and I homeschool our children until Minikin went to high school. She actually went to 8th grade, was her first public school. But all my kids are homeschooled right now except for Minikin. And so was I. So again, you know, just throwing it out there. Fuse modular frames, radio control units. Fuse modular frames come down this way. Let's put them on the ground, I think. Gotta go, lads. Have an amazing night. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, man. Right. Well, I'm just saying that, first of all, very few kids in America are homeschooled. Number one. So there's 2 problems with what you said, right? 1, most of them aren't homeschooled. And 2, the ones that are definitely not the way they're perceived. And I was making a point on both at the same time. But yes, I do understand what you're saying. But that's not something that you prescribe to. Can we actually do this instead, maybe? But actually talking about this stuff is one of my more favorite things to do with my channel, because I stream in the middle of the night. It's why I talk so much about America and Europe, because I mean I will fully admit when there are things that I mean the fact is that the two. I mean, it's basically 2 different versions of Western culture, right? There are other ones too, but it's the two major versions of Western culture, the United States and Europe, right? And while there are many similarities, and not all of Europe is in the same Western culture, okay? Again, I'm still, generalizing myself here. There's a lot the same and there's a lot different. I think, for instance, the culture of, is this gonna work? Even Germany and America are more similar than Japan and the United States, right? Or China. And so that's what I mean when I say that. There's a lot the same and there's a lot different. And that's why that's why I think it invites so much comparison. And you definitely have really what mostly it is, although I think, is the fact that most people think that the way they grew up is the best. For the most part. Right? And I think pretty much everybody does that. Right? The culture that you grew up in, it makes sense to you, it's more comfortable for you, you understand it, so it's the best. Where are we gonna run this? Out the side? Yeah, we can do it off the side. I think we all do it, right? And I make jokes about, metric system and stuff like that. But basically we all do it, right? The way I grew up, what I'm used to is better than yours. And we cherry pick, right? We pick the things that maybe actually are better, but we conveniently forget or don't mention the parts that maybe aren't better. And Americans do it, Europeans do it, everybody does it. So and it's fine. But I just think, it's important to remember. That, we're probably just going to pick what we grew up with. I'm happy with the fact that I grew up in California. I'm happy with the amount of education that I got. I'm unhappy of the major that I picked, right? I wish I would have, but that's on me. That's on nobody but me, right? And I'm not happy with it, but I do wonder what it would have been like if I had gone with a civil engineering degree, or maybe a mechanical engineering degree, both offered at the college that I went to. Or if I had planned better and I knew if I wanted that earlier, I could have gone to a different college that maybe had a better program, right? I just kind of didn't know what I wanted to do, or I thought I knew, but I was wrong. So I don't know. But like I said, I'm pretty happy. I can't complain. And a lot of times what another country tells me I should be unhappy about I think about it logically, and I think to myself, I'm fine with it. You know? And honestly, the only person that I would really care about on that opinion anyway is somebody who had lived a significant portion of their life in both cultures and countries, right? If there was somebody who lived half their life in France and was part of France, right? Like truly lived there, not visited, and lived the other half of their life in the United States and truly understood and lived it, right? That's the person that I would truly listen to their opinion and you know, let those opinions challenge my way of thinking, right? Because that's a person that actually has context enough to make those comparisons. And frankly, none of the rest of us do. I can't say that the way that I do things in America is better than you, because I haven't lived in both places. I can point at numbers. I can point at GDP. I can point at population. I can point at things like surveys, like happiness or level of education, right? We can argue about stats, but in terms of like how it really feels to be a citizen of these different places in the world, very few people, in my opinion, can actually talk about them and compare them. That's all. Did you drive the Autobahn? I did not. I was there with a giant group of people, and I got on a bus like a sheep. You can understand feet and all, but Fahrenheit, I just don't understand. Do you guys ever? It's baked in, right? That's the thing. One thing I don't understand is like computer system. For me, there's no argument for how better overall is metric. Yeah. Well, I didn't have control over what I visited while I was there. I was with a group of 500 people when I was in. I just had to go where we all went. I could walk around like my hotel and stuff. You know, because we had like nights off or we weren't doing anything. But I didn't have a car. I didn't really have control. I couldn't rent a car or anything like that. I've talked about this before. I think pretty much anybody in the United States, the vast majority of people, if we were, okay, I'll talk about myself. I can't talk about other people. If you were to sit me down the day that the United States was being founded, if I was in the room and we were sitting around a table and we said, okay, boys, there's 10 of us around this table and it's time for us to vote. Are we going to vote for this imperial system? And we show what the imperial system is, or are we going to be on the metric system? And we show what the metric system is. I would have voted for the metric system. In a vacuum, I think it's better, except there's a problem with temperature, boys. We can talk about that. Fahrenheit's better because it's smaller. I think. In the temperature that we live in. I know you don't agree. That's okay. But if we were sitting around a table and I got a chance to pick if the United States goes on the imperial system or the metric system, I would have picked the metric system. But it's not in a vacuum. We can't change it now. And even if we could, who's going to pay for it? Are you going to pay for it? I'm not going to. I don't want to pay for it. It'd be extremely expensive. It's fine. It's fine where it is, and we could just convert it. For smaller intervals, you have kelvins. No, sir. No. Nope. It's wrong. Sorry. Seems like you need to keep going on to Prepa. Kelvin interval and Celsius interval, exactly the same thing. Celsius is just Kelvin plus what, 400 and something? Kelvin to Celsius. Americans learn metric too. That's the other thing that Europeans never understand. It's at 273. The intervals of Kelvin and Celsius are exactly the same. You just add up to, you just change the 0 mark to freezing of the freezing point of water. That's the only difference. Kelvin and Celsius intervals are the same. Homeschooling W, call me biased since I was 2, but I like the idea of getting more one-on-one attention. I like the control of knowing what my children are being taught. And one-on-one attention, knowing when there's a problem, fixing it early, right? Okay. We have to deal with gas. Why don't we come up? Actually, I didn't need to do this. There, that's what I want. It's still off angle, isn't it? Let's try that. That's what I want. And let's go Chrome. Okay. Millimeter is better than ounces or gallons. Ounces is a weight, and gallons is a volume. But our sodas are sold in 2-liter bottles, guys. We use both. I hate to tell you this, but you know, you Europeans may not be able to handle 2 measuring systems at the same time, but us in America, we're smart enough to be able to switch back and forth when one makes more sense than the other. Sorry, guys. Sorry. We use both. I have 2 sets of tools. Yeah, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's really not a big deal. It also gives the opportunity to study things they may not offer in public school. Right. Well, and that's a different way of saying I know what they're learning, right? There's many things we do in metric system, like in an insane amount of things. Yeah, there's a liquid ounce too. Yeah, there's a weight and a liquid that are ounce. I have friends who homeschool to be able to offer more subjects than public schools. Yep. Yeah. I agree. Okay, let's keep going here. We need heavy modular frames and aluminum casing being brought in from another place. We gotta split it. Maybe a little something like this. You're hurting your feelings, Ken? It'll be okay. It's just math. Just switch it back and forth, guys. It's not scary. It's pretty easy, and it's not a big deal. It's okay. You know, I know you're capable of it. It's just multiplication. Switch back and forth between metric and Fahrenheit. Or I mean metric and imperial. Crap. We do conversions all the time in all manner of sciences and life. An extra conversion is not a big deal. Oh man, I lined that up with the other one. Lame. Super lame. All right, let's put him here. Okay, this one's here. We do use it a lot, though. I'm not even kidding. We use it for different purposes in different ways, different times, and different places. Water household uses Imperial Hill here in Germany. Interesting. One use gallon is like a 0.83 Imperial gallon. Not even all gallons are the same. Tons are different, too. You won't make it, Ken? You don't have the American mindset? It's okay. There are a few who have it. like, let me show you a picture. All right. Does this picture here? Let me get it set so there's no spoilers. Does this picture fill you with an emotion? Okay. Here, what's my favorite one? This one. This is my favorite one. Open image, a new tab. This is my favorite one. Oh, it's awesome. No shirt, no shoes, American flag. He's barbecuing, going on a modified, some kind of modified speedboat, out in probably the middle of nowhere, like Midwest, right? Or like, I don't even know where, like, the South probably actually, and it's just totally stupid. Why? Because you can. That's why. That's one of my favorite ones. There's a bunch of them that are funny, but really the answer is, guys, I'm gonna give you a secret. I won't say the word, but imagine I say the word. If you ask why, Americans answer, because F you, that's why. That's the answer. That's always the answer. I don't know why. Okay, it just is. Why do you have to do that? Because F you, that's why. Most of the American population is like that on a quite a few things. That is too close to that. I gotta move this. But if you're unsure and you're like, I don't understand why they do that, that's probably the answer. Go F yourself. That's why. Does it make sense? No. Is it true anyway? Yes. Why are there American and British cups? I don't know, man. Do you think, I'm telling you, because F you, that's why. He goes, why are there American and British cups? I told you. Because we wanted cups. We liked the idea, but we were like, we don't like English cups because, here, let's ask. What caused the American cup to be different than the measurement of the English cup? They trace back to the American Revolution. I told you the answer is because F you, that's why. And Great Britain's subsequent overhaul of the system of weights and measures. After the colonies declared independence, the new United States continued using... It's not even our fault. Continued using the Old English system of measures, which was based under older British standards. It's not even our fault. But we definitely were not going to change it after we started. The United States began using a system based on the 1707 Queen Anne wine gallon. That's why the gallons are different. And the cups. This was the existing standard at the time of the independence and was retained by the U.S. government. The Imperial British system. In 1824, nearly 50 years after the American Revolution, the British Parliament revised and standardized its system of measurement, creating the British Imperial system. We were definitely not going to match them and change. The British changed the definition of their gallon and all related subdivisions, including the pint and cup. The British Imperial gallon was defined as a volume of 10 pounds of water, making it a larger unit than the old wine gallon that the America had kept. The resulted different volumes for cup, pint, and quart in the two different countries. Another factor that solidified the difference is the custom of cooking. The British and their Commonwealth countries eventually moved towards weighing ingredients, particularly for dry goods, while American cooking has traditionally relied on volume-based measurement types. This is not true anymore. All cooking is weight now. If you're cooking based on volume, maybe a liquid. All right, but dry goods, you weigh it. You weigh it. Like baking, nobody does a cup of flour. Like if you do a cup of flour, you don't know really how to cook. Not really. Or I should say it's changing, right? It's changing. Okay. We done here? Please tell me we're done. Table, teaspoons, cups, and stuff is still very widespread in Germany. Well, that's not what the other Europeans in my chat are telling me. Yeah, baking, absolutely. Baking has to be by weight. And by the way, we use grams, almost exclusively. When we weigh for baking, we use grams. We also use grams when we weigh for other dry goods, shall we say. Okay. Pressure conversion cube. All right. Yay, I got one done. Maybe I should I just cheat? It doesn't really matter. I just have to rebuild it. I have to build all the other ones. All right, let's see if I can remember how to build this. Cooking recipes in the US are still mostly volume, but baking by weight, usually metric. It's the old ones are. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I haven't really cooked by volume. I mean, liquid volume. But like, if you're measuring something and there needs to be any precision, then I think most people still do. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe that is just a me thing, or maybe that's where I live, or maybe it's how I think about it. Perhaps that could be a me thing. That has to be a merger. Really, the big thing, why are we still on it? Because it costs too much money to change. And we are slowly changing. In 200 years, it'll be basically gone. We're just not going to change all at once because it would be insanely expensive to do, right? And are you going to pay for it? I don't want to pay for it. It's fine. I drive miles per hour. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Mostly it's just turned into like I get to feel superior about this other country because their unit of measurement sucks, in my opinion. That's what most of these conversations are about. Does it actually matter? It doesn't. Nobody cares. It's miles per hour. It's perfectly fine. Does it matter that our milk is sold in gallons and our sodas are sold in 2-liter bottles? It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Except for Europeans. Let's do, you know what? And this is where I always go with this conversation. If we want to start standardizing stuff, how about time? How about language? Right? It doesn't even have to be English. It doesn't have to be my language. Let's do that. Because you know why? Because I can switch kilometers to miles with a calculator. I cannot switch saying hello. Well, actually now with a smartphone you kind of can. But you know what I'm saying? Like, the conversion for measurement systems is easy. It's not a big deal. Okay, if you can't do it, then you have a math issue. Maybe it's maybe that American education is coming in handy. But like, time is a pain in the butt, especially daylight savings time. That's the worst. That is let's take care of the low-hanging fruit first. And by the way, I think we should have Earth time, and it should be one time. Make it UTC 0. I don't give a crap. What does it matter if the clock says 1400 when I wake up in the morning, or 6 a.m. or 600 when I wake up in the morning? It doesn't matter what the clock says. Who cares? Does it matter that my workday starts at 9? 9 o'clock, or that it starts at 1900? Who cares? It doesn't matter. We just need Earth time. We need solar system time. That's what we need. Okay, that one's done. This is a down. This is an uppy. So we need to do this one. Oop. Okay, this is fine. Let's do those ones first. right? But we won't. Do you know why we won't? Because it's expensive. That would save money. That would save confusion, right? Metric system, small potatoes. Want to do the other stuff? We'll do metric after that. Daylight saving time, even more so. Miles Morales Pro just came into my head and I can't stop laughing at it. I just watched the first one. I didn't watch the other one. I don't know. Just never got around to it. Okay, that is the output, right? No, that's another input. Those are two inputs. Where's the output? That's the output. So it's a merger. Now, where are you going though? Going up? Shoot. I guess it doesn't matter because they have to go up. They'll have to come up and then down. They'll have to come up and then down. It's fine. Just trying to think through where all these items have to go, you know? This is also an uppy. Okay. I like that idea, universal time. It would work better if there was massive abundance where work was optional. I'm not sure why would that matter? I think there's always going to be scheduling, right? There's always going to be things that need to happen based on when we sleep, and we sleep at night. The problem is it's all about when you're sleeping, when you wake up, right? Haven't you built 4 different blueprints for those yet? Split up, down, split, merge, right, down. Wonder if I could get them to place precisely. I don't know that I would get them to be able to place precisely where I want. Maybe. If I build it this way, I know how to exactly place it where I want. I'm not sure that I can do that with a blueprint. Maybe I could. I don't think it really takes that long to build, but I mean, you've got a point. You've got a point. Figuring out how to just build these in the first place is a pain. And then I guess what the other ones too, right? We need a wall. These are pretty like fishy, like how the height and stuff. of them. But Rock and Ron, you've got a point. Maybe I could try. Maybe the next time I do a bunch of them, I'll see if I can do it. Tonight's supposed to just kind of be a little bit of a one-off here. That's not right. That's not right either. That's probably why I didn't do it initially, is because I was worried about placement problems. But to be fair, I haven't tried yet. So maybe it would work just fine. Oopsie. Very, very not straight. Also not straight, so that's great. In fact, I don't like that. Needs to go there. All right, last little piece. Yeah, if I could place them, if I could make them modular, and I can get them exactly where I want, it could work. You only ask it so that you can all steal it. This would be a very useful blueprint. It really would. Like as a module to share with people. I mean, there's value in that alone. Yeah, I'll work on that. I'll do that next stream when we build out the other blueprints. I wasn't supposed to be building blueprints tonight. This happened because I needed to. I didn't realize I was going to have to do this tonight. Is really the case. Are we done? We should test it. Shit. What's the inputs? Can we just raw dog this? Nitrogen to gas. That's the problem. All right, let's go test it. People only sleep at night? No, that's not true. It's dark at night. It's cooler at night. It is cheaper to sleep at night and be awake during the day. I don't think that's social conditioning. I'm a little unsure about how I could get them into the right place myself, but I have a couple, I mean, nudging, half nudging, right? It's really nudging and half nudging. No, yeah, I don't think I agree with that. It's cheaper to sleep at night. There's less things to light. Yeah. Now we could do more of an even spread. Should half the population be awake at night and half during the day? That'd be cool. I'd do that. All right, let's try this out, boys. I like being awake at night because everybody else is asleep and I don't have to deal with anybody. And then I sleep during the day because everybody else is awake, but I'm unconscious, so I don't have to deal with everybody. And it's pretty simple. What happened? Oh, that's a problem. All right, there's one change that needs to happen. Duh, forgot that. That's important. Why is everything off? And it works, just in, oh, you're not working. Why are you not working? You should be auto-connecting, sir. Oh, because it's not part of the blueprint, maybe. No, it should still auto-connect. Just need to be closer. All right, let's try this. There we go. Okay, auto connect works. Here's the nitrogen we're gonna steal for a little while. Power. Oh, I forgot again. No, I didn't. This has power, right? Yeah, that has power. Why don't you guys have power? What did I forget? Did I forget to save it or something? Did I forget to save it? Pretty confident I saved this. All right, well, we'll check, but obviously this power didn't get finished somehow. This is when I was ranting about something, so. Oh, I know what happened. No, I know what happened. I had to move these and I didn't put them back. I didn't replace them. Yeah, I that's what happened. All right, I'll fix that. Okay, those are powered. It's powered. It's powered. All right, we need some bins of stuff. All right. Heavy modular frame and encased. Encased. Really don't have any heavy modulars. I had tons. And then what are you? You're plastic. I think. Your radio control units is what you are. Another thing I don't have. You guys cooking? Nitrogen gas. Oh, this didn't actually connect. There is something really wrong. All right, we're gonna have to rebuild that. That was built incorrectly somehow. All right, let's catch up on chat. After your rebuild, power under the assemblers was not connected. Yes, yeah, that's exactly what happened. I agree. There are health detriments to working on night shift too. It's not just social, but before artificial light was cheap and easy, people did sleep differently by phase of sleep. Yeah. I mean, also people sleep differently based on I don't know if it's genetics or what, but I am the most awake right before I go to sleep. I am the most tired right after I wake up. My wife is the opposite. She goes to bed early. I go to bed late. She gets up early. I sleep in. Imagine if we were out, on a farm, or we had to, protect the campsite, thousands of years ago, right? I would be up watching the kids sleep later into the evening, right? There's less time where everybody's asleep. I don't know. I think that's interesting. I think everything's safer in the day, man. It's safer to drive during the day. It's safer. It's safer. I mean, people can see more. Let's not even talk about the social aspects of, there's places that I will walk during the day that I won't walk at night. It's harder to see. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, there we go. Pressure conversion cube. It works. I gotta clean up that other stuff though. I don't think it's social though. I mean, that's an aspect to it, sure, but I mean social, and that's an aspect to everything. All right, we got to fix the connection on down there and the other place. That's where our test revealed inadequacies. I just want to sleep when I'm tired. That's all I want. I'm not tired right now. It's 3:30 a.m. in the morning for me. Now, why am I not tired? Well, because I was up last night and I slept in. Oh, we're not ready to build it yet. We gotta make the changes. All right, that's fixed. And then we need to, yeah, that doesn't work. That did not work, bros. It's connected in a much better way, I think. And this one, easy peasy. Okay. Should work. At least it's better than it was. All right, let's put these in. This is a bit of a having to figure out where these things go and trying to plan for them kind of threw off my plans for the night. To clarify, everything is socially constructed. That's all I was saying based on the CITES. Not sure we disagree. I think you're probably right. I do think, though, that there is something biological about the fact that we sleep at night. I think that's where I was going with that. All right, these three, you're out of here. You're out of here. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Boom, boom, boom. Crap, did I double build? Yes, I did. Sure, you're actually more omitted with that answer. Biology shapes our desires, which in turn shapes our social tendencies and structures. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I think it's light. It's hard to disagree on the benefits of light to a society that is mostly awake. Natural sunlight. Not only that, doesn't our body need sun to convert vitamin D? So I don't know. Oh no, I got that one wrong. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and pop these connections. Okay. We can do rest of the hookups later. Yeah, let's say we forced everybody to be awake at the same time around the world. The people who had to be awake at night, I think, would have a massive debuff. Like if we're like, hey, let's have all business hours be the same time, right? You know, as we're all sleeping at the same time, so we're all awake at the same time, right? Whoever had to be awake at night, massive debuff. Probably not a good idea anyway. It's probably good that you know, the power consumption of the world is on a rotational basis. Oh, why do we even have that lever? Let's go straight to the source. That's a mistake here. That one's okay. Mistakes here. It's all right. Okay, power's on. Not for you. Why again? Did I not save? There's no way that I forgot to save. Yeah, I saved. Did I miss a connection down here? Yes. Crap. Oh, there's only 3. Okay. Okay. These guys are done. Hopefully the rest of these are easy. So motors and the motors for turbo motors, they go together. Do turbo motors and supercomputers make thermal propulsion rockets? Supercomputers make the assembly director. Okay. The supercomputers and the assembly directors go together. Where's your motors? Turbo motors, thermal propulsion. Yeah. These guys are a group. And these guys are a different group. Okay, we're already getting the pieces that we need for motors in the cooling systems, right? Which is here. I mean, there's the rotors right there. Let's look again. I think we're the follow. And we're making rotors in-house. But we need motors for what? Yeah, the cooling system. Where's the cooling system sitting? In A. Over here. Well, we're already taking up A. Which sucks, because we're going to have stators in this line, right? Stators are right here. And I just built our brand new thing right there. Could I move them? Could I move them? Would it make sense to move them? fine, I think, because the rotors are here anyway. Let's put them over here. And then we'll just have set to send stators up this way and up that way. Or we can put them here. Let's put them here, because the rotors are already there. Yo, Ken, what's up? How you been? I've been good. All right, let's do the motory stuff here, okay? So let's just build this out. How many do we need? 16 motors. Turbo motors, we need 4. All right, 2. Two manufacturers. Okay, that goes on the second floor. First floor, second floor. Let's put the 2 manufacturers in. Come on, stop it. All right, turbo motor and turbo motor. How many do we need? We need 4. So let's pop each of these to 2. How many motors is this? 16 makes sense. That's what I said earlier. How many motors do we get out of an assembler? Five. Totally doable. This is 20. Underclock each one by 4 to 4. Okay, we got our motors into our turbo motors. The rest of these get moved passed over to make our turbo motors. Then next floor up, 4 thermal propulsion rockets. Okay, these 2 are done. And again, they're not connected. They're not like done, but they're accounted for. Okay. All right. Counted for. Now, last 2 supercomputers and assembly director systems. I mean, we can. We're fine. Go ahead and do 2 because we can. No, not that one. One. Two. And then 2 manufacturers. Oh, I'm a whole floor off. My bad, Mario. You go down here. And you are making assembly director systems. We need 2.5. It's 3 1/3. We have 4. It's 2.5 divided by 4. We need 0.625 in each one. Assembly director, where are you? Oh my God, they're in assemblers. I thought they were in manufacturers. Oh my God. Well, that makes all of this easier. Horsey Mart, it's going well, man. Okay. .65 times 4. 0.625. Go. All right, and then how many supercomputers do we need? 0.625. Well, 2.5. Done. Okay, so they're not finished by any means. We will have to do a bunch of hookups when we do all the rest of the hookups. But at least now I know where all of the chunks go. Right? Because we ran into a problem because I didn't know where we were going to connect. You know, I didn't know which ones we were keeping, which ones were going where. So now we're good. Okay. Have you ever used the diluted packaged fuel recipe? Dude, bro, I love the diluted packaged fuel recipe. You know how to balance the empty canisters. Yeah. So you're basically just gonna, how are you moving them? Are you moving them like with a train or something? Hey, Sushi Cat. Welcome back, Surplus. Basically, I would build one of my balancers Well, I know a conveyor belt, right? But like how many belts? Why do you need to balance them? You have a lot of belts going to a lot of... You must have a lot of belts going to a lot of packagers, right? Like how many belts worth of empty canisters are we talking here? You're back in factory? Or you mean me? I play Satisfactory Saturday nights. You started understanding modeler's a good tool for you. Good. Okay, 32 packagers, 32 unpackagers. All right, so do you have Mark V belts? What do I think of Borderlands 4? I don't play games like that. I have no opinion. I don't think anything about it. Good, bad, indifferent. I've never played those games, and I just don't play games. I just don't play that game. I don't really know anything about it. Maybe it's a great game. Maybe I should be playing it. But there's so many other games I've got going now, you know? Okay, Mark IV. So, what is it? Is it 60? I thought it was 60 off the top of my head. So, 32 times 60 divided by 480. It's 4 belts. It's perfect. This is absolutely perfect. It's 480 belts. What do you need to balance? Why would you need to balance that? Just take 4 unpackagers, put them on a Mark IV, take that belt, drive it over to the packagers, and stick it into 4 packagers, right? Unpackage, put 4 of them on the line, run it over, package them. This is an easy mode. Same, and 70 is a lot, and gaming not long is reasonable access. Not long a reasonable access able as it used to be. Yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't pay $70 for a game I wasn't going to play very much of, but I would pay way more for a game that I would play a lot of. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, if you're not going to play very much. Look, you said 32 of them, right? That's 1920 package. Packaged fuel or packaged water or empty canisters, whatever. It's all the same. All right, you following me? Okay. Well, that divides perfectly into 4 Mark IV belts. Am I insane? Isn't a Mark IV belt 480? Has playing Ashes of Creation completely destroyed my satisfactory mind? Possible. No, it's 480. So just take 4, do them 4 chunks at a time. So do I only need 480 canisters per line? That's all you can fit. You have Mark IV, right? What do you mean about need? It's not need. That's all you can fit. And 60 goes in it exactly. Does that make sense? Don't overcomplicate it. I mean, I'll build it for you. Oh no, I fit like 3,000 onto one of the lines with no stalling. What do you mean one of the lines? You have a Mark IV belt. What do you mean 3,000? How are you fitting 3,000 onto a line? I need a little more space. Maybe not. You got to think of this in small chunks and then build a bunch of small chunks. They were backing up in the packagers to refineries. Well, the refinery uses them differently, sure. Well, no. The refinery uses the refinery uses them differently than the packagers. Okay, I will give you that. Oh my God, it's 60, bro. It's 60. This is easy mode. Come on. Well, play it with me. Okay. You got this. Comes out as packaged fuel. But it goes in as packaged water, right? So it comes out here. You need to package the water. Actually, you don't even have to do this. Watch. You can put these in a different spot. Don't even have to be lined up. Now lining them up will be easier to build the thing. Okay, packaged. Merge it out. Mark IV. Splitter. Oh, it's more than 4. It's 8. So it's double. It's double this. It's 8 of them. Now let's just do it. I don't really have room for 8 of these. Okay, but let's pretend there's 8 of those. Right, and then splitters. What is your problem? Oh, you're off the ground for some reason. Oh, because of that, the ramp. But it doesn't matter. You get the point, right? It's okay. Now, now, you're not dumb. You're actually probably too smart. Okay, just simplify. Simplify it. Break it into chunks. Now again, we're pretending there's 8 of these. There's not 8, but we're pretending there are. There are. And you run this back, because this is your empty canisters. Right? And then go right back in. You don't need any balancing. Right? And you just go right back in. 480, 480. Okay, you make 480 per minute with 8 packagers, packaged water, a full 480 belt. Perfect. Goes in, gets emptied into 4 refineries. There's no backing up. If there's backing up in the system, it's because you don't have enough water or you're not using the fuel fast enough. That's it. Or, I mean, actually, you don't have enough water, you don't have enough heavy oil residue, or you're not getting rid of the packaged fuel. This is, I think the question is how many empty packages. Oh, you fill it up until, if you're talking about how many empty canisters, you fill it up till, I mean, I can't answer that. It's impossible to answer that. Well, then you need more canisters. If you have throughputs on conveyors and they were always dropping under 480, then either you need, well, then why? Okay, so if this one is dropping under 480, all right, your packaged water, okay? Let's say your packaged water is dropping under 480. Why? Which one of these are not at 100%? Open it up, look at it, and answer. Is it not enough water or not enough empty canisters? You're the first person that mentioned that, Jamesy boy. Yeah. So this isn't a. If you think you should be getting 480 because you have 8 times 60 and you're not getting 480, then one of these machines is not working at 100%. You have to figure out why. That's no different than any other type of troubleshooting. A machine is not working at 100%. Why? Well, it's obviously not that the packaged waters are filled up. Okay? You're either not getting enough water or you're not getting enough empty canisters. If you're not getting enough water, fix that. Get it more water. If you're not getting enough empty canisters, then put more canisters in the system. Remember, these can hold like 100 in there, right? Or 200 or something. Fill them up. Who cares? You can do a little overflow. So if they back up somewhere, they get moved out of the system. In fact, you probably should do this. Just do this. Done. And put one in here too. It's a buffer. It's literally what it's there for. So this system will work, right? And then if you need 32 of them, well, you just build 4 of this setup. No one mentioned it in 7 hours. Now we're losing control. We've never had control to begin with. Well, actually, I am control sometimes. Does this make sense? If your conveyors are dropping under 480, you have to figure out which one of your buildings, which one of your producers are not producing and why. Let me know if you have any more questions before I tear this down. I'm gonna get a drink. But here's your system. Yeah, just break it into chunks. Okay. Having a Mark IV belt makes it really easy because 60 goes into 480 a perfectly even amount of times. And you're trying to build exactly 4 of these. Just make sure you're getting these enough water and make sure you're getting those enough heavy oil. Okay, and fill this full of empty canisters. Fill that one full of empty canisters. Right? And then when there's extra, you know there can't be too many, right? Because they'll just fill up into the bin, right? But if you get too many, you know, if you have too many, they'll just sit in the bin, no big deal. And the rest of these will be filled. So that's how I would solve that. Don't worry, I do that kind of crap all the time. Overcomplicate stuff. And then I'm sitting there thinking, and then one of you guys are like, why don't you just do this? I mean, Rock and Ron did it to me earlier. And I was like, tried to come up with some smart ass way of saying that there was a good reason why I didn't already do that. But in reality, I didn't do it because I didn't think of it. You know, but I got an ego to protect here, people. All right. And if I told you guys that you were right all the time, well, you know, it's more work for me because then I have to deal with, you know, I have to actually listen to you guys more. But if I am always right, well, that gives me the, that means I don't have to listen to you. Is it better to flood the packaged water line or keep it clear and clean consuming? Packaged water line. When you say line, do you mean belt? You keep saying line, and I don't know what line means. No, exactly. I was joking, but good info is just good info. That's the point I'm making. No, and well, yes, Jojo. I was making a joke. I was being facetious. Of course, good info is good info. But he was overthinking a problem, and I was just saying I do it too. In fact, I had just done it a couple hours ago. To flood the belt, the whole design is based on a full belt. By definition, if the belt isn't flooded at 100%, it's not working. Okay, it's 8 packagers times 60 is exactly your belt max at 480. So it's not better to, it is a must. You must fill the belt. The whole design is to fill the belt. Hope that makes sense. Both belts must be full. All belts are full, right? 480 packaged water is full. 480 empty canisters are full. They have to be. Otherwise, you're not giving your machines enough canisters to make the 480 packaged water, right? The input is 60, the output is also 60. Yeah, no, I was just making a joke because, you know, of course I'm always right and you guys are always wrong. except Oki Sooner. He's definitely always wrong. The rest of you guys are right sometimes. What is going on? What's wrong with my brain? Why isn't this working? See, I'm always right. I swear I did this direction. These are just the sections that I deleted that I have to kind of put the signs back on by hand. Then we have to set the gaps in these ones, and then we delete this one. And now this is correct because we finished out section. Is it inset sign into the pillar to achieve that? No, it's just sitting on top of it. Oops. Let me build one in isolation so you can see. It's just on top of it. I mean, I guess it is inset, but it's naturally inset. It's not like, right? Because I guess it would be here. I don't have to half nudge it in. It naturally places like that. But I guess technically it is inset. It is just not inset by me. It is inset by the game. These autosaves are so different now compared to the Star Wars save. Yeah, no, they are. But the Star Wars save under this version of Satisfactory is much less intense. Its save time is better as well. So it's not just the difference in the save. It is also a very big difference in the build. Right? The optimizations that they put in, shocking between update 8 and 1.0 and now 1.1. Absolutely ridiculously good. I had a conversation with a guy who was like, Satisfactory is so optimized. Oh, they're so good. And then he's like, I hate these games that come out in Unreal Engine 5 and they're not optimized and nobody can get it right. And I was like, well, I think it's more the developers, it's not really the engine. And then he's like, well, no, it has to be the engine because all of them are bad. None of them are optimized. And I was like, what are you talking about? You just said Satisfactory, you felt like it was very well optimized, and Satisfactory is under Unreal Engine 5.2 or 4 or whatever it is now, right? But it is Unreal Engine 5. And he's like, Satisfactory is Unreal Engine? I was like, yeah, it's the developers. It just shows you how the attention to detail on optimization that Satisfactory is really trying to do to allow us to build stupid, crazy stuff like this, right? They don't just say, oh, well, you're not supposed to build this game isn't designed to build 250,000 signs, right? They actually optimize it enough so that you can build 250,000 signs. Do you think you do mod play though? Smaller indie devs can make better games on Unreal Engine 5 than AAA studios. Well, they can, yeah, but AAA studios can also make good games too. It's just about the devs. Do you think you do mod playthrough? Do you think I will do a mod playthrough of Satisfactory? Is that what you're asking? And what do you mean by mod playthrough? Because in a way, I'm doing a mod playthrough right now. I have mods on this, right? So you'll have to be more specific in what you mean by mod playthrough. Let's chop these. Like, what mods specifically are you talking about? Mod machines. You mean like the Satisfactory hard mode that people were playing when they were bored of Update 8? I don't know exactly what mod machines are. The answer to that is probably no. There are two things that will have to happen for me to start another playthrough after I finish this one. 2.0 comes out. Not 1.0. Not 1.2. 2.0. And I do some wild, crazy thematic build like one giant factory that is the super Star Destroyer hanging in the sky above the planet. Or a cyberpunk version of Minas Tirith from Lord of the Rings. That's what it'll take. Both of them. I am not a streamer or a player that can play Satisfactory every stream for 5 years. I've got to play other games, and I feel like I've gotten to the point where in Satisfactory I can do anything that I want to. And I'm not saying that I'm good enough to where I can already do it, but I feel like I can figure it out at this point, right? Like whatever I want to do, I can figure out how to do it. Right? And so then I just have to ask myself, what do I want to do? And to be honest with you, I want to play other games. I want to expand, I want to do some cool stuff in other games. I want to do difficult things in other games, not just the same game. It doesn't mean I'm going to cut this playthrough short, but it does, because I've committed to this. But it does mean I'm going to hesitate to commit on something else until I, for a very long time. Yeah, they teased 1.2. I know. But they certainly didn't tease 2.0. I'm talking about a new paid expansion. That's what I will need to come back after this playthrough. And some super huge, like crazy, like something that's crazier than the Star Wars save or the Cyberpunk City save combined. Like something that excites me, something that makes people go, at least some people go, Ken, I know you did the other thing, and I know that you did your Cyberpunk City and they were successful, but you just can't do this. That's the kind of thing I want to do. Something that's truly difficult, and it needs to be 2.0. Otherwise, I'm just not excited. Ghost of Yodi looks good. There are a lot of things going on with that game, and even if there wasn't, that's not a game that I would usually play. I like Racing Sims Project Motor Racing in November. Interesting. I don't play those kinds of games either. I love my MMOs and I love my factory games. I think that's basically all I'm going to play. And there's some quasi-factory games like Timberborn, right? Is Timberborn a factory game? I mean, kind of. It's also kind of a city builder. Maybe Cyberpunk Star Wars City. Well, if I'm going to do Star Wars, I don't have to make it Cyberpunk. If I do Lord of the Rings, I will, though. Euro Trucker 2. The game engine would, in fact, crash on a Super Star Destroyer. The mechanics cannot physically handle that many constructs together in one space. By the way, I meant a Death Star. I've already done a Super Star Destroyer. Well, Snowman, I've already done one, right? I mean, it depends on what we're talking about. I made my Update 8 playthrough, right? Snowman, I'm not going to go over it if you know it, but if you don't know, I'll show you. I mean, I've already done that. I misspoke. I meant a Death Star. I meant one giant factory Death Star. That's fine. Did I get all the new brakes in? Yes. We got to do those. Yes. Yeah, all those are in. Oh, there's one up here. Yeah, Death Star. I don't know. I don't see why. Why would the game it cannot handle that many constructs? I don't know. I don't see why not. I'm just putting all the factories that I would normally build in one place. We could put all the factories in one place. We'll see. Besides, like I said, I wouldn't even do it unless 2.0 was out. And I don't think, I don't like the language. They refuse to fix low-hanging fruit. I don't know. I don't like that. These developers are the best developers of any game I've ever played. They are more responsive. They have a better optimized game. They understand what we want. They deliver to us what we want. I can't tell you why the ionized fuel overclocking bug hasn't been fixed, but I can tell you that they're not refusing to fix bugs, right? There's something that is that they have to do before that. There's right. So I don't know. I just don't like that language. I've played many games. I've tracked many development, and I cannot think of a game that respects its player base and its player base's time and their wishes better than this game. I'm sure they're out there, but none that I've played. And I think they're skilled and, you know, aware. I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. You know, it's easy to say that, oh, this should be easy to fix, right? But we don't know. We don't, not really. But either way, to me, they more than earned my benefit of the doubt. There's plenty of things that I think need to be improved in this game. I've ranted about it on this channel. I'll rant about them right now, right? But you know, I wouldn't use the language of refuse to fix, because that implies that there's a purposeful ignoring of game development needs, and I just don't think that's true personally. What if we just build blanks? It's only one blank, so they match. Just build a blank. They don't refuse. They don't know how to. I don't think we can say that either. I don't know. I mean, is there a, I did it again. I deleted those again. Is there a live stream that says that they addressed it? Right? Have they said, hey guys, you know, we really want to fix this ionized fuel bug, but we just don't know how to? Have they said that? Or have they said, hey guys, we know that you really want to have this ionized fuel bug fixed, but you know what? Go F yourselves. We refuse to fix it. I don't know if either of those things are true. So I don't, I would be careful making statements about things that we don't know are true. That's just me though. I think you're a very collective gamer. What does that mean? You built a Saudi line recently. Was interesting enough. Currently building under the ocean. Way interesting, but losing motivation after 5,000 hours it's been done. Well, sure, Snowman. That's why I don't want to play. I mean, I'm losing motivation too. That's why I'm not going to keep playing this game forever. There's other games. You know, we don't have to pretend that Satisfactory is the only game to play. Right? Even just you could play the rest of your life just playing factory games alone. You know, much less, you know, other genres. You know, and I think it's okay to lose motivation. It doesn't mean the game is bad. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person for finding a different game, you know, and then when a big update comes out, you can go back to playing. You know, I think you losing motivation, I mean, think of it this way. Look how good this game is that you've gotten 5,000 hours out of it. Look at it from the opposite way. Instead of saying, hey, there's not much to do in the game, look at these bugs that they're refusing to fix. Instead say, wow, I got 5,000 hours out of a $30 game. I mean, what is I mean, seriously. I mean, what is Satisfactory cost right now? I mean, we're talking insanity here. that's an indication of an amazing game and value. It kept your interest, right? It's $40. You've got 5,000 hours in it. You paid less than a penny an hour for this game. To me, you saying that, you know, that you're getting bored of the game, or, you know, they're not fixing bugs that you think they need to be fixing. If you've put, you know, you've got 5,000 hours in a game that you paid $40 for, to me, that is the best indicator of a great game. You know, but you don't need 10,000. If you're bored, you know, just play something else. I don't think that's I don't think that's an indicator of a problematic game. You know, music in the hub is banger. Yeah, we went over there earlier. You know, there's Factorio. There's Star Rupture. There's so many games, right? All right, I'm definitely gonna be okay deleting this one. Yeah. Under a penny per hour. I don't know. To me, that is an amazing. You know, compare that to like somebody that buys Assassin's Creed, right? The new one. How many hours are they getting out of that? 200, and it was $90 or $80 or something. Now that's fine if you're enjoying that 200 hours, I say go for it. But like comparatively speaking, the value of Satisfactory is just out of this world good. And I think it's an indicator of how good of a game it is. 10-hour campaign on COD. Well, Call of Duty does have a multiplayer. I played way more hours in the multiplayer than I did in the single player. So that one's not exactly apples to apples comparison, I don't think. Because you can get a lot more value playing multiplayer, which is, like I said, that's all I played. All right, let's get the lights in. I don't know. I think factory games like this one, you know, and that doesn't even count mods, right? The replayability of games like this, it's really tough to beat the value. You know, or something like Civilization, right? The replayability of that, Stellaris. I love games like that. MMOs. Replayability of that. That has good value. Not nearly as good as Satisfactory at a couple thousand hours, you know. Sorry, my chat bugged. Let me update it. I was watching chat, but it Command & Conquer Red Alert 2. Ooh. I played, my game of choice was Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Basically Age of Empires with the Star Wars skin. How many hours do people get out of $60, $70 games? Yeah, that's where I was going with that. Sorry, I didn't see your guys' chat. The last thing I saw was the music in the hub. I have a backup chat over here that I check every once in a while, but my chat froze. Nuru, this looks awesome. Thank you, man. Yeah, if you're seeing this for the first time, you're seeing about 5% of the stuff I've built here. Command & Conquer getting a remastered complete series. Nice. I'd love to play a remastered version of Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Happy to pay more for it. I may just go back to MMO questing. Yeah. Well, you know, I think we will pay more for it when we get 2.0. And we should, by the way. We absolutely should pay more. We should pay $40 more. Another $40 for another big expansion. What's faster, train or hypertube? Like for personal transportation, hypertube. Easy. Well, if you only do the one, I was assuming that you were doing more, you were speeding yourself up. You can make a hypertube go much faster than you can make a train go. First game ever for you? Yes. Ooh, we're probably pretty close to the same age, my friend. You're probably a little younger because I played other games before that. I love that game. So there was like 10 years where my father would only like just played that game. I can hear the sound that the Naboo soldiers make when they die. I can hear it right now. It's like this blood curdling scream. It is ridiculous. It's so dramatic. It's so funny. And then all the little R2D2s running around. Normal hypertube, no cannon or boosters. I don't know. Snowman says train. He's probably correct. Look at No Man's Sky, still releasing content. Oh yeah. No Man's Sky is a perfect example of good devs. Now, unfortunately, what probably happened with them, I don't have any proof of this or anything like that, but right, it feels like somebody somewhere, a publisher, somebody worried about money, said you have to release this game, and the developers probably probably fought it and said, no, we have to. There's so much more we need to do, and they were probably forced to release a game before it was ready, and it sucked when it first came out because it wasn't ready. But now that it's had time to cook, it's in a much better place. That would be my guess anyway. All right, so yeah, wow. Here, let's see if we can find it. I can't even, I guess I could play it for you guys. You know what? Disney would probably copyright strike this entire 8-hour VOD if I played you the sound clip of the Naboo soldier dying. But if you want to know what I'm talking about, I'm sure you can look it up yourself. It is hilarious. And especially when you have an entire, army of those little effers screaming every time they die. You turn 30 in October? Yeah. You're 11 years younger than me. First game I ever remember playing was a DOS game called Space Wars. By the way, guys, we're about wrapped up tonight. Oh my God, Space War. Look at this. This is it. This is the first game I ever remember playing. Played this with my dad. It was 2-player. You had little missiles, and you had like lasers. Yep, those missiles right there. Yeah, this is the first game I ever remember playing. Another game that I played was begins a tactical starship simulation. Oh my God. Not this version. They had multiple versions. This version right here with the ASCII text. Where's I need a YouTube video of it. Is this the right version? Nope. They did an updated version later that had like better graphics, but here we go. I played this when I was 6 years old. 7. A text-based. I had to learn what all this meant so that I could play it. I know this because I remember playing it in my childhood home, and we moved when 2 days before I turned 8 years old. I was playing this at 7 years old. I knew what all this stuff was. I knew what the course meant. I knew, I knew how to. I did crazy stuff with this game. All text-based, all typing it out. You had to give orders. You had to scan your ship, right? Now, I remember playing the other one first, but I remember playing that one the most when I was a kid. I enjoyed No Man's Sky quite a bit. The devs never fixed the build mechanic bug. Limitation, however, players are only allowed 3,000 objects per base and 20,000 objects total. Hard stop for you. You seem like a very, very... seems like you have very high standards. All the more reason that Satisfactory is... vote of confidence for Satisfactory, right? If you got 5,000 hours in it. Let's see. So there was a lot I didn't get to that I wanted to get to tonight. We kind of had to take a detour here and figure out where some of these extra little pieces were going to go, right? We had to figure this stuff out right here and actually do some planning, because I didn't realize that was needed to be done tonight until we got there. And so there's, we have that figured out now, but we're just out of time. 8 hours was my plan for tonight, and we're there. So we have to do a bunch of cleanup still up here. We have to enclose these walls. We have to do a bunch more catwalk stuff to be able to connect everything. I'm gonna have to figure out something out here, maybe another elevator. I'm not sure. I'll go and check the teal building and see what I did to for this. Yeah. Still a lot of work. We got a ton done. And then we also have to fix all of this stuff around the ground. I didn't get any of this road work in either. Okay. All of this road work needs to be done. Just like the other one is. Let's go take a look at the other one so we can kind of see where we're going with that. This one here. Right, so all of this, how clean this looks in here, that's what we still need to do. Right, we got a lot of it in and a lot of it fixed. Yeah, that's where we're at. So again, Saturday nights, Satisfactory, that's what we're doing. Or Sunday mornings, right? Sunday mornings, if you're on the other side of the world. Yeah, you've been gaming since 1978. I didn't start gaming Horsey Mart until probably 1990 or 1991, because I was 6 and 7 years old. because I was born in 1984. What picture are we gonna take, guys? We need a thumbnail. We're working on this build on this one here. We need a thumbnail. What did we? I like that look. All the belts coming up. I like that. Let's go with this. Yeah, I like this. Let's turn that off. Let's change the lighting. It's pretty good. And let's pop this out. Let's cheat a little bit, do some forced perspective. Cheating's allowed with thumbnails, right? A little too much. It's pretty cool. I can brighten up the rest in post. Okay, so streaming schedule, guys. Like I said, a week from tonight, or a week from when I started the stream 8 hours ago, we are going to be playing Satisfactory again. I do have a work trip coming up in 2 weeks, but next week is clear and Satisfactory will commence. I am still heavily playing Ashes of Creation. I'm still very much enjoying it, and I'm going to be back at it. I'm playing even on my non-stream nights. I'm trying to schedule actual events during my streaming time so that you guys can see more than just like running around pounding rocks and talking or something, right? So dungeon runs. I'm gonna try to do some PvP once I get to 25 and I get some gear. Some of it's gonna be grinding because that's what the game is, and a lot of the time we're working towards our end game gear already, things like that. So but yeah, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Friday night right now for the foreseeable future, still Ashes of Creation. Once I hit 25, which I will be very close to 25, if not 25 already, Tuesday night, there will be a lot more PvP happening. There are some systems that I am looking forward to that are not in the game yet that will amplify the PvP in theory. And so we may get in a week or two, we may start seeing a little bit of lull from me in terms of the amount of time I'm putting into Ashes. And that's when we'll look to maybe pick up another game. Maybe we'll look to pick up Schedule 1, something else on a Wednesday night. Okay. But right now I am still very focused in getting in good position in Ashes. Okay, so that is the plan. YouTube, we got 45 concurrent viewers. If you guys wouldn't mind giving this stream a like, I would really appreciate it. We have 26 likes. And then Twitch, we're up to 27 viewers. Thank you so much. We are going to raid somebody playing Satisfactory. Let me save really quickly and then we'll do it. 127, baby. All right, let's look for somebody to raid. All right, we're going for Frucci. Looks like she's playing Satisfactory Plus. Speaking of mods. All right, guys, really appreciate it. It was a good stream. We got to chat about all sorts of fun things, and got some of our factory cleaned up and got some planning in. So until next time, I will see you guys. Bye.